All right, I'd like to go ahead and call to order the special meeting of the Stillwater Planning Commission this Tuesday, February 10th, 2015. First item on the agenda under Plans, Policies, and Ordinances for discussion and possible action. Item A, text amendment PZ-15-1925, a text amendment to amend, repeal, and replace Stillwater City Code, Chapter 23, Article 21, Oil, Gas, and Disposal Well Regulations.
Good evening. Paula Dennison from Development Services Department with the City of Stillwater. This is a continuation of information that we shared with Planning Commission last week. Couple of things, housekeeping items before we delve into any changes from last week's draft proposal. The City of Stillwater website at stillwater.org, we have a page for accurate information and up-to-date status of anything going on related to oil and gas activities. So just wanted to put that out there for anyone to visit that stillwater.org for information. As we discussed last week, oil and gas disposal well activities are regulated by the Oklahoma Corporation Commission and also by the City of Stillwater. We regulate them in the agriculture and the general industrial zoning districts by specific use permit allowances, and that is part of the city's zoning authority that we have been granted by the state. These are not new regulations. They have been in effect since the 70s. We are going to have tonight discussion with possible action. That action will be sending a recommendation of something to the City Council. The City Council is scheduled to meet next Monday at 5:30 here in this room. The public will have an opportunity to speak this evening, and as we stated last week, we're not discussing process or how the assets or minerals are extracted. This is not a conversation on banning fracking. This is not an open forum on fracking. Our zoning that we have in place for the City of Stillwater, it addresses bulk standards such as setback screening, parking, height, landscaping, all of those requirements of any use that's allowed within the City of Stillwater, and that will does include oil and gas activities. Just as we process other zoning and land use applications, we also process oil and gas applications and their associated activities under our zoning authorities. Just as we set minimum standards and expectations for uses in each zoning district, the same goes for all land uses as well as oil and gas activities. And the regulating of oil and gas activities are not unlike what we do with all other uses in our zoning districts under our zoning authority in the City of Stillwater. I may beat that into your head, or you may feel like I'm beating that into your head. But that's what we're here for tonight, is to discuss the zoning authorized regulation of oil and gas activities in the City of Stillwater. So, to get going, after the public input and the Planning Commission discussion at last Tuesday's meeting, there have been some changes proposed for the text. Y'all should have received a memorandum from me. That looks like this. Two things that will be discussed in addition to the items on the memorandum, and I'll be operating the computer while City Attorney Dorman goes through the changes to the text. But two additional things are, we clarified the landscaping requirements for during the production phase of the oil and gas proposal that we have before you this evening. We just clarified, tweaked some of the language so that it would flow a little bit better. And also, there is an additional option in the separation requirements for drilling. So we'll get us started on the changes. Mr. Dorman. Any questions before Mr. Dorman gets up here on any of this introductory? Okay, Thank you.
Thank you.
To be mouth side here. All right. Good evening. As Ms. Dennison indicated, you should have received a copy of the updated ordinance. We apologize for getting it out late yesterday afternoon, but unfortunately, these things take time, and it went through several changes, and we had a number of persons take a look at it too to make sure that we hadn't missed anything. What I want to do just is briefly walk you through each one of these. We're not going to go through the whole ordinance like we did last week. I'm basically going to touch on the changes that are listed in the memorandum, and then answer any questions you might have, and then we proceed from there. Within the context of definitions, we did add some new definitions, and we deleted a couple. We added a definition for commercial disposal well. You'll recall that discussion last week about the difference between a commercial disposal well and one that basically was a disposal well that was used to put salt water back into the formations in the area where it was actually brought from the ground. And that is one that's basically used by one producer, as opposed to having a place where you would have numerous producers come in and dispose of produced water and drilling byproducts. So the new definition for commercial disposal well is essentially the same definition as you will find in the Oklahoma Corporation Commission rules, and addresses that type of disposal unit that we discussed last week. We did delete the definition of disposal well that was in the previous version of the code to accommodate this new one. So you picked up one definition and lost another one. We've also added definitions for enhanced recovery operation, enhanced recovery well, and hydraulic fracturing operation. These all come directly from the Oklahoma Corporation Commission rules and regulations, and these define are basically added to in conjunction with the new separation language that we will come to in just a minute. And then in the context of the term protected use, we replaced the word hospital with medical facility, so that we broadened it to include things like surgery centers and even doctor's offices we think would fit under this definition. So we've tried to broaden it just a bit. Any questions on any of the definitions? Okay, then that brings us down to 23.410.4 on specific use permit. And in subsection D, there's a notice requirement. And last week we had this set up where basically it matched up with the the separation requirements. 1,000 feet if it's a protected use, 500 feet for every other use. When we sat down and looked at it and started actually working with it, we basically found that we weren't really getting enough, that the radius was not large enough to actually pick up some of the adjoining uses. So we have phrased this, and now it basically is a 300-foot perimeter from the boundary of the separation requirement. So if you have a 1,000-foot separation requirement, then at the 1,000-foot point where you have the 1,000-foot boundary, then it is 300 feet beyond that. So effectively, it's 1,300 feet from the oil and gas drilling and production site, as opposed to just merely 1,000 feet as it was before. And then it's the same thing with the 500-foot separation. It would go from 500 to 800 feet effectively. And then if you do decide to adopt a standard for enhanced recovery operations and hydraulic fracturing operations, then that separation plus 300 feet would be the notice area. Questions, comments? Again, as I mentioned last week, this is a participatory exercise. So,
what's the thought process on that, adding the 300 in addition to the boundary?
To make sure that we got the adjoining property owners. When you had 1,000 feet, you weren't necessarily getting the adjoining neighborhoods and stuff.
Yeah.
We wanted to make sure we got everybody.
Okay.
23.410.5, mitigation and restoration plans. In A and B, which basically define what the mitigation and restoration plans are, we added requirements for light intrusion studies and noise abatement studies per the recommendation of Commissioner Buchert. So those are now included in the requirements for the plans themselves that are submitted as part of the specific use permit.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yes, sir.
The noise says that it shouldn't be higher than 69 decibels at the well site. Then in your definitions, you don't really have well sites. Do you mean at the edge of where they're going to do the production?
How did we set that up? I'm kind of.
You said measure at the well site, and I'm thinking it should be the edge of the production site.
Well, we could use the drilling or production site, which is the standard that we use everywhere else, if you want, and that's the edge of the use, which is.
That's what my thought is. It's, the well is where they're drilling. Edge of the production site is the edge of whatever land they take up, which doesn't exceed 5 acres, and that needs to be 69 decibels. So I'm thinking that
Edge of the drilling or production site?
Yes.
That makes it consistent with how we regulate noise in every place else that we regulate. For example, noise coming off of a construction site or noise coming off of our favorite thing to always talk about here, student housing, those kinds of things. We could certainly make that adjustment.
it's the edge of where it makes a difference off their property. And then the light has the same, similar terminology, in my opinion, needs to be changed to that.
Because it says at the well site.
At the well site, where they have the well site, if their noise goes up inside the well site, that's a workers' compensation type thing. That's their thing. What I'm interested in is at where they're finished on the production site, on that edge, having 69 decibels or a noise wall, and that's several hundred feet away from the neighborhood, which it reduces down into the neighborhood. So I am happy with edge of production site or something to that language.
We can use that, and then that also provides, that is the definition that we use throughout
Yes.
the code, so there's no reason not to utilize it here. So we will make that adjustment.
So there's not a definition for anything like the site itself, is there? I'm looking, I don't see a production site definition or now that he brings this up, do we need a definition that says or is that defined by what the site plan shows?
Well, the drilling and production site is specifically defined in the code, in the
Okay.
definitions on the second page.
It's under D. I used production site because I'm not real good at the English language. It should be drilling and production site. So
I see there.
it
Okay.
should be under D, and I just shortened it.
But in terms of what we may want to add a definition for production site, though, because when we get into the provisions on the production on-site requirements versus the drilling on-site requirements, one of the requirements that we have, in fact, the very first one, is once the well is drilled and completed and they're getting ready to transition into production, the hope is that they will reduce the size of the drilling in the production site to a production site that is, instead of 5 acres, perhaps 1 acre or 2 acres to accommodate the drilling apparatus and any tanks or things that they need in order to conduct the activities there. So we may want to add a definition for that as well, just to make it clear that that is the site that kind of going forward. I'd have to sit down and think about how to put that together, but that's probably something I would recommend at this point. Just certainly given what we did, our conversation that we just had.
On that same thing, as you move out from that site, it's every 50 feet, it has to decrease 5 decibels, is that right? What's the thought process behind that? Because if it's 1,000 feet, 20 segments out, that's more decibels than the maximum allowed.
My thought process is that we need to eliminate the 5 reduction.
Yeah.
That is a highway standard and very appropriate. But in this particular case, if we get 69 decibels at the production site, we're going to be,
It'll mitigate itself.
it'll mitigate
without
itself.
heat, but-
Because
or
I'm
whatever.
interested when it gets to the residential, it's 65 decibels or below, and that will do that.
Yeah.
If measured at the edge of the production site, we get 69 decibels, I'm thinking we can eliminate
Scratch
that
the rest.
language.
I agree, because you're at 100 decibels by the time you, reduction, we're only 69.
And that brings up a good point. May get into it later, but I'll go ahead and address it. The standards for noise and light reduction mitigation that we had included from last week's meeting, those are pretty typical industry standards that you will find. So that's why those are the ones that you see included in the standards that you have before you this evening in this draft.
Did those have a certain type of how far something is measured away from it? We kind of keep coming back to 1,000 feet. If 69 is a standard, is there a distance away that they?
What we found typically in especially noise studies is setting the standard at 500 feet. That's typical. Of course, there are, on either side of that, but.
So are we extremely low at 69 decibels, allowing just 69 decibels on 1,000 feet?
That's called by the Planning Commission, but it is an industry standard when you have a high noise generator, creating that negative impact, that's an accepted standard.
I don't believe so, and when we hopefully hear lots of public comment about this, but when we get into that, we can go through that, because, at the well itself, you're going to have a certain noise level, and it may be up 80, 90, 95 decibels. And then 300, 400, 500 foot away is going to be the production site, and that's where you're going to have your noise wall. I want 69 decibels on the side of that noise wall, and
Okay.
therefore, at nighttime, a noise carries more than during the daytime. We pretty well eliminate if someone's in their house hearing much of any noise.
Other comments or questions? Okay, let's see, get that one. The drilling and completion on-site requirements, we added 410.6A2, which is the separation requirement for enhanced production or hydraulic fracturing operations, per your instructions last week, and I know you're going to hear comment on that, and per your direction, we left that particular distance blank, and for you to determine what may be the best or what be the appropriate separation requirement for those types of activities. We also, A6B, we added under 6, we had a provision in there which is still is in the proposed draft, which would allow the City Council, Planning Commission, City Council to reduce the separation requirements for the drilling and production site if you could show that the size and shape of the parcel on which the site's going to be located made it impossible to meet the 1,000-foot setback. And there was a mechanism to reduce that if you could compensate for the reduced separation by additional mitigation measures. So we've added to this a second one that is prominent in a lot of Texas ordinances and is found in the Oklahoma City ordinance, and that is if the operator could produce a notarized written consent to a separation reduction from each owner of a protected use or platted subdivision parcel located within or immediately adjacent to the separation boundary. So when you get to those people that are on your 1,000-foot perimeter, if they're right on it or they're right inside it, you could obtain, the operator could obtain their consent. And if you got 100% participation from all of the persons on the boundary for a request to reduce the separation requirements, then that would be a basis for which to do that. And so essentially a way to negotiate that. much like what we do in the context of planned unit developments. If you think about one of the actual requirements, and this is not a requirement, this is just an option or opportunity, but one of the requirements of planned unit developments is to have a neighborhood meeting and to try to address some of the concerns of the neighbors before the PUD process gets fully implemented, or you get fully into the PUD process. So this is a way to try to deal with the separation issues, but at the same time try to work out issues if it's possible with adjoining uses, because those obviously are the most impacted individuals. In fact, one of the findings that you make is that the adjoining uses are the uses that take the brunt of the negative impacts that occur, particularly during the drilling processes. Then we've also
I got
added
one quick question on
Sure.
that. What's the thought process behind due to the size and shape alone?
so that
Not any other factor or anything like that, just size and shape.
so that if you had one of the arguments that is made against the 1,000-foot separation requirement is you actually may eliminate certain parcels from being a place where oil and gas production could occur simply because the parcel is not big enough to meet the 1,000-foot requirement when you take all of the requirements into consideration. So if the parcel ends up being too small because there's maybe residential on two sides, or you have a spacing order that doesn't allow you to put you in a certain area and you can't move outside of that spacing order, things like that. Those are things that make that create size and shape restrictions on it, and effectively keeps the operator from being able to drill there. And so we wanted to make sure that there was a safety valve there. I mean, the other option was to send this to the Board of Adjustment and go through the whole hardship analysis and all of that. And we thought that this was probably a better place to deal with it as opposed to going through Board of Adjustment. Because as you know, in any type of zoning case, particularly when you deal with issues like separation, you've always got to have some kind of a safety valve to deal with those few cases where you can't make it quite fit. And so this is an attempt to try to make that work.
Okay.
Other questions, comments? Okay, then we'll move down to, let's see, section B3. We modified the screening requirement. I've got to find that. You have it. Oh, okay, B3, yeah. And what we've done here, as opposed to, in the first draft, we had the 8-foot masonry wall. We actually have taken that out and gone to an opaque temporary fencing of sufficient size and dimension to secure the area where drilling activities are conducted and to protect adjoining uses from the effects of noise, light, dust, and so forth. And the idea being that you could use some type of temporary fencing around the larger drilling and production site that could then be removed, and then you put the concrete or the masonry wall in when you actually have the permanent production site. And we looked again to highway construction for some ideas about how to deal with this. And as Mr. Buchert's quite aware, when they do highway construction, they will use panels and things of that nature that are designed to absorb noise and so forth during the construction process. And then actually there are panels and things that you can buy that will absorb the noise during the normal highway operation as well. And so we looked at that, and there are a number of options that are out there. And so that's the reason for adjusting this standard. We wanted to create some flexibility so that the operator could come in and say, look, we can do this. We can use these kind of panels, and we can achieve the noise reduction at the edge of the drilling and production site that the code requires. And so that's what we were looking for here. And of course, the screening would also have a security element to it. You want to screen, the site needs to be secure. The screening also should be capable of containing as much of the vapors and things that tend to waft from these operations when they're in full swing.
But you can have screen walls that you can buy that, based upon the height of the generator of the noise from the ground, in the amount of decibels, they certify that they can reduce the decibels to a certain amount. So you don't have to really do a noise study. You can go to the book and get those basic type of noise, temporary noise walls. So it's not a difficult thing to find.
Other comments? Okay, then I'll move on. Number 4, we've kind of already talked about this is the actual standard for the noise level during the drilling process, and actually drilling and production operations, but primarily the drilling process. And I would mention too, we did cost out the 2 studies that you were interested in, the light intrusion study and the noise study, and found that those were relatively inexpensive, as you pointed out. Certainly, you could do both of them for less than $10,000 and maybe even less than that. We've been told that some operators are so familiar with doing those studies that they already know what kind of equipment they're using and what kind of noise it emits, and those studies have been put together for as little as $700 or $800. So we think that it is certainly a cost-effective way to address these issues. Other comments on that? I mean, obviously you're going to hear comments, I'm hoping, from the audience tonight about the standards and so forth.
So as I read this, the 69 decibels when they're drilling is at the edge of their site, which might be as big as 5 acres. And then when they go into production, they're going to reduce their area and put up a screen wall, and then outside that screen wall, we still have a 69 decibel requirement. Is that what this is saying, or am I interpreting it incorrectly?
No, that's exactly what it's saying.
Okay.
Because the provisions, to the extent that these provisions do carry over into production, there's actually a catch-all that's at the beginning of section 410.7 that incorporates these over to the extent that they're not specifically changed by a specific provision that deals exclusively with production.
Okay, thank you.
B6 or light standards, and you can kind of see how that works. And I would probably defer to Ms. Dennison on how all of this works, but I mean, you can see them there with respect to a maximum lighting and range of the lighting footprint and so forth. Number 7, B7, gas emission standards. That's a hard one to find. I mean, you're getting into some EPA regulations and things of that nature when you start getting into specifics about gas. We're not requiring air quality testing at this point, but that probably would be the one way that you could enforce this. I mean, obviously, we could always have an inspector go out with a meter, and if there becomes a problem with noxious fumes and things leaving the drill site, but that there is a general requirement there to make sure that those are mitigated, and so that gives us some flexibility in designing how that's going to be taken care of, and then secondarily in being able to enforce it. Dust abatement standard number 8, and that basically requires daily watering of the areas to make sure that the dust is under control, not unlike what we do with construction sites right now. There are a number of examples around the town right now where we're doing construction where there are trucks that go in and water these sites on a daily basis. And then basically we renumbered everything else that was in the original draft, so we've gone up to, I think, about 16 separate sections. Any questions or comments on that? Very quickly, on 7, this deals specifically with production. Again, as I mentioned last week, the idea is drilling is one item. You know, drilling has its own issues, and drilling seems to be where the bulk of the problems for homeowners occur. Production is not so much, and so you don't see, it's not quite as stringent when you get into the production part of this. But basically, number 1, A1, we're bringing over the stuff from drilling that is applicable. So your noise standard and a light standard, although generally you don't have light during the the production part of it because the well sites, some are lit, some are not. But if it was lit, then it would have to meet those requirements as well. Number two is something we've kind of already talked about, which is that you would reduce it down to the minimum size necessary, and then enclose that area with a masonry wall. Right, we left the 8-foot height in there. If you want a different height, obviously, that's up to you to make a recommendation with regard to changing it. Let's see. And then the landscaping requirement, Ms. Dennison's actually got I think she may have given you a updated copy, which we've gone through and cleaned up the regulations. Substantively, they're not really that different, but it does require landscaping, just as we do with any type of use that we're trying to transition, such as shopping centers and housing projects and things of that nature. So the landscaping requirement is there. Number 410.8, I did pull out the specific language that was going to go into the indemnity part of any indemnity agreement that we had them sign. That's out. We will just draft something. I actually read that myself, and I don't know that I would have signed it. So the point that was made last meeting was well taken, and I appreciate them bringing it up. But I did take that out. And finally, you got a copy of a companion provision that we want to take up to the City Council along with this, and that is an amendment to the nuisance code. And it's section 18.75, which would be a new section for the nuisance code. And I have had a number of conversations with city attorneys and with industry attorneys and with citizens about the city's ability to enforce the extraterritorial provisions in here. The idea that we could make the setbacks and at least impose the setback requirements outside of our city limits. And the discussion always moves towards, are you using the zoning code to get there, or are you using the nuisance code to get there? And although my position has been and remains that the zoning code contains all kinds of things that deal with the city's ability to regulate nuisances, nonetheless, we just decided that as a precaution that we would go ahead and add a provision to the nuisance code so that there's no question that we are regulating the extraterritorial aspect of this as a nuisance, as well as, and using the zoning code as the basis for determining whether the reasonableness of our standard outside of the city limits. And so what you see in that provision is an express finding that those activities constitute a threat to citizens' health and safety, finding that it is a nuisance when conducted in immediate proximity to housing projects, and that there shouldn't be a different, and that it's just as dangerous inside city limits as it is outside city limits. So there's no real difference. And because there's an interest in protecting, in creating separation within the city limits, that interest does not necessarily go away just because the resident happens to live right on the city limits, and the business or the conduct that you're trying to regulate is happening just outside our borders. So it's kind of a long-haired way of saying we can do this. And so that's essentially why we've added this provision. And again, it's maybe out of an abundance of caution. You know, I mean, we're kind of wearing belt and suspenders at the same time, but I think it addresses the concerns that some may have, that we need to be sure that we're regulating that specifically through the nuisance power. Questions, comments? Anything else for us right now?
Anything else from staff? Okay. So the next portion of the meeting is the public hearing. And before we open the public hearing, I'd like to make a few announcements. We have, I think, 19 people that have signed up to speak, and a lot of these names I know are names that were people that signed up to speak last week, which is great. I think, I haven't asked them this, but I think I speak from all of us that we would like to hear your thoughts on this text amendment and the provisions in this text amendment. We definitely have your comments from last week, if they were about the text amendment or if they were about processing or, different procedures for drilling. But we would ask that you provide new information in your comments tonight, and most specifically, comments related to this text amendment. Ultimately, what we're charged with doing is recommending something to the city council. And so your assistance in that is going to be more beneficial if you have comments related to the text amendment, as this document, this text amendment, really doesn't have much to do with the process, other than there's a distance that maybe needs to be set with enhanced recovery methods in there. So we want to hear your comments. And do you guys have anything to add on that?
Handled very well.
All right. So with that, I will open up the public hearing, and we'll do this just like last week. It's not in favor or against. We're just going to go down the list of those that have signed up to speak in order. And the first speaker I have is Mr. Kel Pickens. And also, when you come up, please state your name and address if you didn't know that already. Thank you.
My name is Kel Pickens. I did not speak last week, just to start out by saying that. I live at 3008 South Briarcliff. I'm a board member of the Nottingham Homeowners Association, but I speak here tonight not representing the board, but just as a homeowner. And if I may, I would first like to do just a short summation of some of the Planning Commission meeting speakers, some of the points they made, just a few, and what we learned from them last time, just as a summation here. The first speaker was an OSU meteorologist and faculty member, J.D. Carlson, who gave an impressive presentation visually and verbally, involving his firsthand experience of living near a very recent drilling rig operation at Cottonwood and 19th Streets in the western to southwestern portions of Stillwater. Now, Mr. Carlson made it very clear that even though his residence is on the edge of a neighborhood, about 1/2 mile away, the constant noise and decibel levels were far too high to allow sleep in his own home. He asked for a minimum separation of 1 mile and for high acoustic fences, as well as some provisions to stop the bright light pollution that made it seem like daylight outside all night long. Another speaker was Angela Spotts, who provided us with vivid firsthand accounts of what it's like to live in the opposite direction near Stillwater, to the southeast, and to be almost surrounded by drilling rigs and frac sites. She expressed the stresses of experiencing that noise, the bright invading lights, the heavy fracking trucks tearing up the roads, the vibrations, the destruction of land areas which once contained greenery and wildlife, the extreme water usage, the bad air, the screaming jet engine flares, the floating dust and fumes, making her a prisoner in her own home, and all the negatives which now seem to be transforming the American dream. She reminded us that once you add in the earthquakes, the American nightmare is what you get. Louise Miller, a longtime teacher living in Stillwater and near the campus, spoke about many of these points Angela mentioned, but quite importantly, she boiled it down to the idea that your utmost concern in your positions must be the quality of life in our college town. David Yellen, a retired professor from OSU faculty, used brevity quite eloquently, something I'm not capable of, I'm sorry, but to remind you that we are all quite aware that the research is out there on the numerous health risks and serious hazards of these oil and gas drilling operations. I would just add that much of this info is not out there, but right here, under our noses, if you just buy a copy of the Tulsa World from the last 3 days and start on the front page and keep reading. Another OSU faculty member, Dr. Tamara Mix, gave us all an education on studies involving environmental inequalities. Basically, the closer you live to well operation sites, the greater your risk on many levels, and that those risks are even greater for children. Good health and boomtown growth don't necessarily go hand in hand. Carolyn Meyer, a retired music educator in Stillwater Public Schools and a resident for 44 years, spoke of being able to hear the roar of the well at 19th and Cottonwood from her home in the middle of Nottingham, not the edge. She related the irony of riding her bicycle for health in areas filling up with fumes from wells and fracking operations, and her desire to not see her college town turned into an industrialized zone. Grant Sams, a grad student, allowed us to learn of what he was finding from his fascinating research into the holistic effects on communities when oil and gas set up operations in close proximity. It is not a pretty picture. Those with financial skin in the oil and gas game seem to refuse to acknowledge all the negatives which seem obvious to those with little or no skin in the game. Resentment develops and it damages communities overall. More simply, low or out-of-date regulations of oil and gas quite often lead to once tight-knit communities becoming broken communities which unravel with devastating results and dubious futures. Casey Holcomb gave us a legal history of Oklahoma constitutional cases, Oklahoma Supreme Court, and court opinions upholding our municipal rights to regulate oil and gas, and most importantly, giving broad powers on zoning to promote the safety and health of its citizens. An OSU student, Catherine Ziegler, spoke to us on the huge problems involved with wastewater disposal and questioned how we can be considered as one of the healthiest campuses in the future if we continue on our present tack. Ariel Ross, a young mother and teacher at OSU and a person of interest recently to most news outlets concerning her recent trials of posting a Stop Fracking Payne County sign in her front yard and seeing it transform into a creature now known in the media as Frankenstein, requested that you please build significant penalties for oil and gas operations who violate regulations. Belinda Bruner, a Stillwater citizen and OSU professor from a family who goes back 4 generations in this state, took us on a journey into her childhood experiences when our state had to compromise to survive. She told of the stunned silence of her visiting relatives when they saw that drilling operations were actually so close to local homes. She told of damages to her own home from the quakes, and she questioned if the city had enough insurance to rebuild the infrastructure damages that will be coming. But she made a key statement for commissioners and all of us to ponder deeply. Quote, "There is a difference between a nuisance and a hazard. Semantics matter." Writer Dinah Cox read remarks of another local writer named Lisa Lewis on the devastation of lands after she received a letter from a mineral rights company and the shame of Stillwater not protecting the beauty of wildness, the irony of thinking Stillwater could be a retirement community surrounded with oil and gas rigs, being a great place to raise children in the middle of an oil patch, complete with plunging property values. The key phrase there was, "Injection wells and earthquakes go together like ham and eggs." Judy Nelson, a retired school counselor and resident of Woodlake 1, emphasized there are too many health issues involved with drilling operations being so close to residences, and that health is far, far more important than money. Well, I'm borrowing a technique from Dinah Cox that she used here, and I'd like to read the impressions of I secured of a writer in town. His name is Vic Silkenpin. He cranked out hundreds of scripts for a children's Saturday morning show for 15 years, among other things. But Vic tuned into Channel 23 last week, and he listened. He just used his ear. He listened to the last Planning Commission meeting from another room rather than viewing it. Vic said he had an experience not very long ago of helicopters buzzing the land next to his home for weeks on end as they were doing seismic or geologic tests for future drilling and fracking. As he watched them, he couldn't help but think of a scene in The Wizard of Oz, and the choppers seemed to transform into flying monkeys from that film for him. So as he listened from another room to people speak at the last meeting, he said he couldn't help but form more images from The Wizard of Oz. He said, how could you not when people find their lives being transformed by impending disasters such as earthquakes? As he heard the various speakers, Vic said he could picture the innocence of Dorothy in some of their words, and in others, he could hear the growing courage of the cowardly lion. the increasing intelligence of the scarecrow, and the compassionate heart of the Tin Man. He could picture many of these speakers formerly being lulled into a poppy field of sleep as they were inhaling the constant bombardment of public relations TV advertising from the huge consortium of oil and gas companies and their big money. But the travelers were awakened and allowed to continue on their path by a rain of dissenting opinions questioning the benevolence of these ads and what they were being handed here in Stillwater. And then Vic said he considered these characters were on a road that connected to the Emerald City. But where here could you travel down a road and then see a large tower building down the road that tower building dominating the whole landscape as you approached it on the road? Let's see, could it be if we traveled down I-35 that direction? Well, never mind. It seemed to Vic that most of the speakers were trying to point to the man behind the curtain, and there were a few speakers who were saying, "Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain." Encouragingly, Vic said that now it's too late to ignore that man behind the curtain pulling the strings. The citizens of Stillwater are drawing back that curtain in these public hearings and discovering what's been going on far too long. We don't want to wake up one day and say, "We aren't in Stillwater anymore, Toto." The citizens are asking you as commissioners of this town to tap your ruby slippers together, gentlemen, and as you form these regulations to keep repeating, "There's no place like home. There's no place like home. There's no place like home." Now, it's been said that writers should write about what they know, so here's my final anecdote. Far in my past, a newer restaurant in town hired me to do an advertising campaign to try to increase their market share away from another giant national restaurant chain who was very successfully advertising their fast food by using a famous clown with orange hair and big yellow shoes. I'm sure you recognize that. They had big money, and our budget for this local restaurant was very tiny. I got an actor to come into the recording studio, and we did a campaign of radio ads introducing the new restaurant by beginning each ad with the phrase, "Would you really want to eat in a restaurant recommended to you by a clown?" Well, it caused many people going out to eat to stop and think about that one for a moment, to weigh it, and weigh it as well as they could. The newer restaurant was eventually able to bring in the customers they desired. So if I might, let me say to you as commissioners, do you really want to pass new regulations guarding the health and well-being of our citizens on the recommendations of the oil and gas industry? I would hope not. I'd hope not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pickens.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Mr. A.J. Ferrati. I think I got it right this week.
I've only had one person ever actually get it right on the first try, so most don't even get it right on the second try. So. In all honesty, I have to admit that I'm a little sad that I didn't get to hear my summary from the last speaker. I thought that it would have been an interesting summary. I'm going to go ahead and just set this up here. We'll talk about this more a little bit later, but that's a decibel reader. I actually borrowed that from one of my member companies. I have no doubt, without looking at it, that we're probably over 80 right now, somewhere around the 75 to 80 ballpark.
It's showing around 71 to 68.
Okay. And that's me just speaking here in front of you. We'll get to that a little bit more in a little bit. But thank you for the opportunity to speak again today. A.J. Ferrati on behalf of the 2,800 members of the Oklahoma Independent Petroleum Association. Last week I raised several concerns about the proposed ordinance with an eye to the fact that the regulation proposed last week would likely shut down production in Stillwater. This week, based on the proposal that's laid out before us, before you to look at, I'm confident, rather than believe, I'm confident that the changes this week would actually shut down oil and gas production in Stillwater. Regulation is not a poor thing in concept. It's really not. And it is something our industry supports in practice when based on sound science with factual determinations. But when regulation is used to eliminate income and employment rather than provide reasonable oversight, something has gone askew. The economics of a well in the Mississippian Lime, which is surrounding Stillwater, require an operator to receive about 15% return on investment simply to cover costs of drilling, completing, and paying for the workforce that manages operations. That doesn't cover the royalties, that doesn't cover any additional costs. That is just simply the cost of drilling the well and paying the workforce that manage it. Overregulation adds to that cost and can render a project uneconomic. Masonry fences add cost. Requirements that specialty tanks be installed add cost. Excessive insurance premiums well above industry standard add costs. Each may not sound so bad on a case-by-case basis, but costs add up and can render a project uneconomic, particularly at today's oil prices. Some of the proposed regulations would be comparable to mandating 20-foot sidewalks and eliminating backyards to assure homes are safely placed as far away from the road as possible in a residential development. It could similarly restrict funeral homes from allowing more than 4 cars from parking on their property at any time. Regulation could also say that any belligerent OU person that comes into Stillwater be secluded to a secret zoning area. I don't think, and I'm a Cornhusker fan, but I think I'd actually wouldn't mind seeing some belligerent OU students or OU fans put somewhere else. But certainly we can agree that these measures would not actively increase safety beyond peace of mind, but they would have a significant impact on a business person's livelihood. In addition to my thoughts last week, I just want to provide a few extra thoughts that are worth consideration. On the insurance, I actually did speak with an insurance agent just this morning. The insurance agent generally provides information on oil and gas activity. They provide insurance plans to oil and gas companies. And I shared with him the proposal. And this was just one man's analysis. But his first thought was that on the $5 million environmental, that is extremely high, and there are only a handful of companies in this state that would be able to actually achieve that sort of a cost on their insurance. He said that commonly on a type well in the area, that cost should really be closer to about 2, maybe 3 million, but that limit should be no more than 2 to 3 million. On the 5 million blowout insurance, he specifically pointed to the fact that they don't actually issue insurance limits by dollar amount when they're talking about blowout insurance. They actually do it based on the footage of the well, the type of well, and those sort of circumstances, because each well is going to be different in these situations. So some of the insurance things need to be actually addressed. And I actually did make a note here too that he said that commonly on a blowout insurance, footage, those sort of issues are actually more in the range of about a 1 million type cost on what you would expect on insurance. I want to talk about noise for a second next too, and I did bring a decibel meter. And you have in your regulation currently, or your proposal, to have a 69 decibel level at the fence. As I've pointed out here, I'm over 69 just standing here speaking to you. And in fact, when there was only 3 of us in the room, and I had my meter in the back of the room, your clerk was up here talking to one of your other staff members over here. She registered at 67 on her own from the back of the room. I don't think that that's necessarily a limit that we would consider appropriate or effective or would really be unwise. And I would argue that that alone would probably prevent most production from going forward.
Do you have a suggested decibel level?
Well, I'll actually get to that in a minute.
Okay.
But the problem is here that I just received this 24 hours ago, and I'm not criticizing anybody about that. But the fact of the matter is, and I'll get into this further, but frankly, the timeline in order to provide significant and valuable input to you all is so limited that I don't have that opportunity right now. And so, as I'll get to in the end, I think that it makes more sense to perhaps delay the process of moving this forward to the city council. I understand that you may be under some constraints on that. But to really get this right and to actually accept industry thoughts, as you said that you were interested in last week, I think it may actually be practical for you to allow us to kind of work together collaboratively to provide you some of these folks. We can provide you insurance people. We can provide you sound people and those sort of things so that we can actually talk about this. And I'll go into that more in a little bit. But on the setback issue, we continue to have the same concern that we did last week, and I don't want to go over that again. But I will say this, and I noted this last time, but I didn't actually go this way. Among the 7 producing states, Stillwater would be implementing the second most stringent local setback when considering the proposal starts not at the wellhead, but at the 5-acre pad line. Flower Mound, Texas is at 1,500 feet. Flower Mound, Texas doesn't have the geology to support oil and gas activity. Therefore, you would be the farthest setback in the country, or in the 9-state region, based on the fact that you have the 1,000 foot from the 5-acre pad, and then you have 200 to 300 additional feet within the pad site that you're restricting. So you would be 4 football fields away from the next nearest home, residence, those sort of issues that we've outlined here. And then frankly, you're considering, and don't have a number in there, but you're considering a further setback on hydraulically fractured wells. And I don't know that I've seen any fact finding to determine before this panel a reason why that's necessary. I'm sure that others will be willing to provide their points of view on that. But the fact of the matter is I have seen no facts provided by this panel or by the city that suggest a reason why there needs to be differentiation. Now, I provided a few thoughts this evening, but have, like I said, I just received the proposal 24 hours ago. I can't go all the way through it in specific detail and provide enough analysis really that I feel would be sufficient to assist you. That's why I'm requesting that the Planning Commission delay its vote on this proposal for 90 days in order for industry to provide effective input for your consideration. And certainly I think that the input of those in opposition to me, I think would be beneficial to you all as well. Industry received this amount of time in Denton, Texas, and while many of our proposals were ultimately not accepted in Denton, we were able to provide insight so that the council could make an educated decision. Last week, we were told that there are no injection wells in Stillwater. I was able to provide evidence to the contrary. We've talked about noise meter regulation in here, and I think I've shown that even my own voice is higher than 69 decibels. Let's take the time to make a reasoned, educated decision to assure wise regulation rather than jumping to a conclusion. And there were a few other issues, I guess, that I'll bring to you know what, I'm fine. Thank you.
Can I have a quick question for
No,
you?
please.
If you want to delay it, what would be the areas that you would reason for the delaying? I mean, if we wanted to postpone it 90 days, what would you need 90 days to find out?
Well, I think that one example that I can share with you is there is a company here that will not be speaking today, but I have spoken with one company that believes it may be possible. I can't confidently say, but one of the things that they said may be possible to do is take your regulation and do a proposal for a type well within the city and see what that cost would bear out as opposed to one outside of the city. So you could actually see a cost basis reflection. I can't promise that, but that's one thought that has been proposed by somebody in the room. That may provide you some feedback to say, okay, the well just outside of the city in Payne County is, I don't know, 20% less than it would be in the city. And so that would be something I think, and I don't know what the result would be, candidly. I think it would be more. I can't tell you how much more. But I think that's the sort of thing that we could provide. I think that, for example, I mentioned the insurance gentleman that I spoke with today. He or some other insurance agent that deals in the oil and gas sector could come in and provide information. If it were helpful, I'm sure that if a request was made to the Oklahoma Corporation Commission, they would be able to provide you folks to talk on drilling and spacing and the impact of those sort of issues. Not necessarily to direct you on how to go, but just so you have a better picture of how the oil and gas sector operates before you actually regulate it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next person I have on the list is Mr. Terry Stowers.
Thank you. I'm glad to be back. Terry Stowers. I live at 5115 East Cedar Lane in Norman, Oklahoma. I'm an attorney, represent mineral owners. I have clients with minerals both underlying Stillwater as well as adjacent to Stillwater. I also am the executive director of the Coalition of Oklahoma Surface and Mineral Owners. And I do have some specific thoughts with regard to the text amendment. I don't know if John provided you a copy of what I sent him last night. If not, I've got some extra copies, but.
We did receive it.
Okay. Well, let me just walk through some of my thoughts and as to what my thinking process was, and stop me at any point and ask me to explain further, or if you have questions, please do. But to begin with, I mean, I started out, boy, those glasses are terrible. I'll get some new ones. Better without those. I made some suggestions with regard to your legislative findings, and basically what they really are designed is to make you at least think about some of the issues, and I think a good legislative finding would set forth these types of things. And for example, in the first one, you know, and I feel the frustration, I understand the frustration between this, with the surface owners and their concerns. And the problem with a lot of this started over 100 years ago when we decided as a state that we were going to allow the mineral estate to be separated from the surface estate, which is the case in many cases, but not all cases. So in Oklahoma, we clearly have two separate property rights within a tract of land, that being the surface estate and the mineral estate. The state of Oklahoma has recognized that both in common law and in statute. And both of them are very vital resources to this state, the surface and the mineral estate, both. And of course, both of those property rights are both protected by the Constitution, both in the property provisions of the Constitution as well as the equal protection provisions. And then further, you know, as a state, we've said that as part of our public policy, the Oklahoma Corporation Commission, to promote that public policy with regard to protection of correlative rights, prevention of waste, the protection of our waters from pollution from oil and gas operations, et cetera. And those are part of the specific mandates provided to the Corporation Commission as part of our public policy in the state. And along with that, as part of that law developed, we have to remember that in Oklahoma, the mineral estate, and I know this may get some boos from the background, but the mineral estate is considered the dominant estate. That's a term of art in this state, and that doesn't mean that it trumps everything. What it means is that the mineral estate, since it is underground and it is severed from the surface, has a legal right of ingress and egress to a reasonable use of the surface for the exploration of its oil and gas. And that is not only by common law, but also recognized again by statutory law in Oklahoma. And further, that with regard to that we need, if we're going to be consistent with what we say we're here to do, and that's to protect the health and safety of the citizens. So we're going to make oil and gas operators be so many feet from a residence, then we have to consider that if we're going to be true about that, and we're concerned about protecting the health and safety, there has to be a similar setback, although maybe a different setback in length because of, you know, during drilling, we can't let a house decide that they're going to be built closer to the drilling operation. Or once we're in the production phase, you know, we can't let a house be moved closer to a drilling or production site than a certain distance to maintain that health and safety. If the health and safety is the separation, it needs to be the separation that goes both ways. And so that's, part of that issue. I also set out, just so you would be aware, in number 7 on my sheet, the specific rules that are identified by the Oklahoma Corporation Commission in their rules with regard to how extensively they regulate hydraulic fracturing. And you'll see a couple of specific rules, and then they set out a list of 35 additional rules that they have in their specific rule book that says that all deal in some respect with hydraulic fracturing and their regulation of that. And then again, besides health and safety, one of the other issues that you do have to look at and protect, and that is the property rights of both the surface owner and the mineral estate. And so again, you have a very tough balancing job to do. I recognize that. I don't envy your position at all. And it's something that I struggle with on a daily basis because I represent both surface owners and mineral owners. And trying to find that right balance is difficult. But so those are set out there. You guys can decide if you want to adopt any of that, but it was just something I wanted you guys to think about as you walk through this. And I think good legislative findings helps go a long way in supporting whatever decision you make, whether I agree or disagree with it.
Can I have a copy? I can't find my copy.
Sure, absolutely. I've got several. Anybody else need one?
Thank you.
Sure. You bet. I'm not trying to hide anything. Who else needed one?
I'll take one. Thank you. Sorry.
Sorry.
I guess the one difference that I have in one of the things that you said is that I think it's a little bit different if an oil well shows up to drill next to a house than if somebody decides to build next to a drill site.
Well,
I mean, that's then the person's making the decision to live there, whereas they didn't really have any choice in whether the oil site showed up.
Well, I appreciate that, and that goes to the nuisance aspect of what we're talking about, as opposed to the health and safety.
Right.
And so, if you want to enact this code based upon nuisance alone, that's one thing. But if you truly are enacting it for the health and safety of the citizens, I mean, we don't let citizens do a lot of things that they might want to do that would impair their health and safety. I mean, we can get into the whole marijuana situation or anything else, but we regulate things for that purpose. And I agree. Moving towards a nuisance is different, but we're saying that the primary focus of this is because of the health and safety. And I recognize that during drilling operations, the setback needs to be further than what it would during production operations when you have a smaller pad site, et cetera. Unfortunately for the oil and gas company or for the mineral owner, we have to do both, and so we're bound by the farther setback. But if you're going to say that we need some minimum separation for health and safety, then there has to be some minimum standard that we won't let people get closer to that well site for health and safety reasons. They can move closer to a nuisance if they want to, but for health and safety, we've got to have some consistency with regard to some kind of a minimum setback. That's my belief. But I do understand what you're saying. I mean, in most cases, we would say, if you want to move closer to a nuisance, that's fine. That's your problem. But we're setting up public policy here and saying that we're doing that based on health and safety concerns, and those concerns are reduced once we get into production phase, but they don't go away. And so that's just something to keep in mind.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe in here you recommended a 600-foot setback.
And I haven't got to that yet.
Oh,
but
sorry.
Yes.
I'm
No.
going to jump ahead then.
And I'm being.
I thought there was a pause for questions.
Well, I'll be glad to answer that, or I can get to it when I get on
Go
down.
ahead, and I'll catch up at the end.
Okay. And I'm going to try these glasses again. I may have to get some different ones. In the definitions, I had talked with John quite a bit about the definitions, made some suggestions previously, and some of which he's incorporated in here from the Corporation Commission. I've got a few more suggestions in the definition to make it clearer. The first one was, well, it looks like it, in fact, it looks like it, oh, no. There's a definition from the Corporation Commission of a disposal well, because with disposal wells, we have two different kinds of disposal wells. Actually, we have, well, two different kinds of disposal wells. You have a commercial disposal well, which is defined by the Corporation Commission, which John's incorporated in. And then you have a non-commercial disposal well, which the commission doesn't define, but by default, that means every disposal well that's not a commercial disposal well. And what that means is it's a disposal well that only accepts produced water from its own operations. It's not out there to be a commercial enterprise to take in new water from other people. And so I define disposal wells so that I can use it later. And with regard to drilling activities, I think so that we can use it throughout, I think we need to make sure that we include that drilling activities also include the drilling and completion of non-commercial disposal wells and enhanced recovery injection wells and enhanced recovery wells, just so that we make sure that we're consistent through our regulation that, because right now there's nothing in there about what we mean, what's the well site when we're talking about an injection well, okay? So that's just to make sure we've got everything covered. And then again, there's also an enhanced recovery injection well definition, which comes directly from the Corporation Commission, which is sort of like a disposal well, but it's not considered a disposal well. It's used in the enhanced recovery operations, which John and I had this discussion, and for to make sure it's clear to you guys, an enhanced recovery operation does not include fracture stimulation. Enhanced recovery operations is when we push salt water, CO2, something like that, into the reservoir at a distance away from the production wells where we're pushing oil, and it's typically always for oil, pushing oil towards the wellbore. That's an enhanced recovery operation under Corporation Commission standards and under the definition that John has incorporated in here. That's why he has a definition for fracture stimulation.
Is that enhanced? Is that off of the 5 acre or the typical 5 acre site? That's
well, typically what you're going to have, for example, if I was going to set up an enhanced recovery operation, typically it's not for one section, it's for a big field. And for example, around Edmond, we have the West Edmond Hunt and Lime unit, and it incorporates many sections of land. And what happens in the enhanced recovery operations typically is you come in during primary production, you come in, drill new wells, you get that flush production out, and now your production's dropped down. And so you have all the series of wells sitting out there, and you go to a distance away, drill a series of injection wells, pump fluids or CO2. We're doing a lot of CO2 recovery now, where we pump that in and push that oil towards those production units. And so you're going to have a 5 acre site for an injection well, and you may have several of those, and they're typically going to be in an array so that you're pushing all of it one direction towards the producing wells. And you may have 10, 15, 20 in the West Edmond Hunt and Lime, probably hundreds of wells that we're pushing fluids to constantly. And so each one of those are going to have a separate pad site. Did that answer your question?
yeah, very well.
Okay.
Thank you.
And so just to make sure that we're clear in the regulations, I think that needs to be added. And again, I've also then added a definition for a non-commercial disposal well, which basically, again, is everything, a disposal well that's not a commercial disposal well. And that's kind of what John was getting at earlier about that we aren't prohibiting that particular use. Then over on, man, I wish I'd numbered these pages. John didn't have the page numbers on. I'll blame it on him. Over on the next page that, again, just definitions to make sure we've covered everything. And I'll get into now 410.3. And I realize that you guys are talking about zoning oil and gas operations for ag and commercial zones only. And I understand that. From a takings standpoint, what I always try to caution is, and this is my personal belief as opposed, and some may disagree, if you want to avoid a regulatory taking, you have to have escape clauses so that if there is a situation where you just can't do it any other way, that you have the ability to come to this body or to some relief valve at the city and say, I can't do it any other way, give me a variance. You're going to say, tell me how you're going to protect everybody. Assuming I meet that, okay, I get a way to do it. If you don't have that, then you may get into, if you've now totally prohibited my use of the mineral estate, you may have gotten yourself into a taking situation and exposed yourself to liability. And so with regard to subsection A, I would suggest that you leave it as you have it, except I would put in, or within other areas of the city, but only upon a showing of necessity. And that would allow you, as a body, to decide, in some situation, maybe we will allow a well to be drilled somewhere else that doesn't meet one of these two zoning areas, if there's an absolute necessity and to avoid a taking situation. For example, this does not allow you guys, if this ordinance is passed, you don't have any ability to allow a well, say, on public zoned areas. What if there is an absolute need to drill a well at the edge of the airport? I don't know. Some other zoned area where you can still protect everything. If you don't have a relief valve in your zoning variant, your zoning ordinance, your hands are tied. And so you now may face that taking situation if that happens to occur. So I think you ought to consider giving yourself the ability to make an exception for necessity. And what is necessity? You get to decide that.
In your opinion, how would that be different than strict zoning under commercial or multifamily or residential? I mean,
Well, the difference is this. The difference is when you zone surface, there is some use that I can have of it. You're not going to zone me to where I have zero use of my surface.
Right.
With these ordinances, you could zone it to where I absolutely have no ability to get to my mineral estate.
As the mineral owner.
As
That's
the
what
mineral
you're speaking
owner,
of.
yes.
Okay.
And so I think you should cautiously have a relief valve that allows you guys the ability to make that decision if that happens. Again, it's for necessity, and I think the burden when you say necessity is extremely high. So you guys get to decide what's a necessity. And it would be on a case-by-case basis if that need arose. Then with regard to disposal well, a commercial disposal well, same situation. I personally don't believe that there is any need to have a commercial disposal well in the city limits. That's me personally. You guys have said we're going to prohibit a commercial disposal well. But what if there is some need that I can't fathom? I think you should word it slightly different and say that a commercial disposal well within the corporate limits shall only be permitted upon a showing of necessity. I think it's close to the same result, but it gives you, again, that relief valve if you need it for some purpose that may be today or maybe somewhere down the road. You may decide to increase the corporate limits to where, there is a place out. It's in corporate limits, but it's way out here at the edge that maybe we can allow a commercial well out here. I don't know, but I think that it would be wise to have and leave yourself that ability as a commission to make that decision on necessity basis. There's a couple places that and I won't go through each one of these, where we referenced the DEQ, and I put in there if applicable, because I can't think of any situation, because the Corporation Commission by Section 139 of Title 52 and also Section 17 of Title 17, Section 52, they are granted exclusive jurisdiction as between agencies of the state of Oklahoma to regulate virtually every aspect of oil and gas operations, including disposal, et cetera. And so there's virtually nothing that DEQ with regard to those operations has any jurisdiction over. So just to be clear, I understand why you would want to have DEQ in here just in case, but I don't want it, I'd like to see us add that in there so that there's not some confusion by somebody down the road going, what DEQ, you haven't got anything from DEQ here, you need to go get something. Well, there really isn't anything that DEQ is going to permit or grant that I'm aware of. Then moving on to the separation.
I just want to make a comment that after we get all the public comment, I'm going to have the city attorney get up and have some discussion, and we'll have some questions with
Absolutely.
him. So he'll need to think about this.
Okay. Me and him have been talking quite a bit, so.
Can you start from the top? He wasn't listening.
Yeah. He quit studying a long time ago, didn't he?
I'm just putting him on notice.
I appreciate that. By the way, I've truly enjoyed working with John the last couple of weeks on this. He's a good attorney and is doing a good job for the city and very thoughtful in his process. With regard to the separation issue, again, no surprise probably, I suggested 600 feet. That's consistent with what I told you last week. I understand a desire or that there's some thought process of 1,000 feet.
Well, let me make a comment to see if you've got a reaction to this, because I've been thinking a lot this last week. And actually, I came up with a number of the no drill and production sites that we located within 600 feet. The well site shall be located no closer than 1,000 feet. So in other words, I've got the 600 feet separation, but I want the 1,000 foot to the well.
And by well site, you mean well bore.
Well bore.
Okay, we'd have to make sure, I don't think we've defined well bore in here.
We defined well.
And I appreciate that, because actually one of the things that I noted here was to talk about, and that is, if you're going to talk about 1,000 feet, think about from the center of the well bore. Now, I think my friends from OIPA are going to say, not 1,000 feet, but I'm not
But
saying.
you're up here, not
Yeah,
them.
I agree. And 1,000 feet, even from the well bore, is probably getting out there too far, but I do think.
But it's better than what we had last week.
I do agree. In that case, the 1,000 feet is, in most cases, is going to be your further distance. Not in all cases, because we don't always put the well bore in the center of the pad.
Yes.
And that is one option that as a driller you may have. You may be able to put the well bore over on one side to get your separation and still and be able to jockey that location around, and they do that quite often. So I do, in fact, it's funny you said that, because I actually wrote down 1,000 feet from the center of the well bore or 600 feet from the edge of the location. So I do think that is an option.
I have the word "and" in there.
Well, you can't do, I mean,
You got to adhere to both.
well, I agree with that.
Okay.
But I guess my hesitation with the reason I use the word "or" is it's not going to really be both. It's going to be the maximum of those two is really what you're talking about. The greater of is what you're talking about. The greater of 1,000 feet from the center of the well bore,
Well,
or 600 feet.
when we get the attorney up here, I'll get. As everyone
But
knows, I'm not
I
very
don't
good at the English
disagree- I don't
language.
disagree with what you're
Okay.
saying, is that you would have to meet both.
Yes.
But using the word "and" in there without some other qualifying words, I don't think you'll ever have a situation where it would be absolutely both of those exact at the same time. It would be, you got to be the greater of the further of those two. I agree.
Okay.
So, and then again, the second part of that, and again, I don't know what the right distance is, but I think that if you're going to hold true to the health and safety being the issue, that we need to have some reciprocal setbacks from the well pad, from the center of the well bore or something. And I think it would probably be, after I thought about it, after I drafted this and thinking about it and talking to other people today, including John, I think you'd probably have to have a couple of different setbacks, one being during drilling operations, and one being during production operations. For example, I've come out, I've got my permit from you guys, I'm starting to drill, and somebody wants to come in now and build a house that's closer than the setback you made me get from the houses. I think he should either be delayed during that time period till that safety issue is gone, and at some point, there has to be a reciprocal setback on you can't get any closer to the well bore, to the well site, et cetera, than X feet for health and safety reasons. Does it have to be the same distance? Probably not, because again, you're setting our distance based upon the drilling operation only. I think it would probably be the same distance during drilling. So in other words, during drilling, you can't build a house within that same 1,000 foot, or you can't plat. We won't grant a plat during that time period. Once the drilling process is over and we've reduced the site, then I think you need to have a reasonable setback from that same site for the health and safety issues. And what the right number is for that? Well, I can say right now, and I don't think it's far enough. There's a state statute that already says it's unlawful for you to build a house within 125 feet of the center of a well bore, 25 feet from the edge of other equipment. And in my opinion, it needs to be greater than that. That doesn't give you much separation at all. But I think there needs to be something. I think the state already has some minimum on that reverse, but it doesn't address the issue during drilling. And if your concern is to keep people back, just like you want us to stay back, then I think there needs to be some kind of reciprocal setback during that phase, which would be a temporary setback. Then with regard to the enhanced production or hydraulic fracturing, frankly, with regard to the enhanced production techniques, again, now that I've described to you what that really is, I don't think that additional setbacks make any sense with regard to enhanced recovery techniques, because really that's a broader deal. You've got a unitized field in that case. The commission has unitized a large area for that. I don't think setbacks are appropriate. I do think that it would be important that as part of the permitting process, or again, typically on an enhanced recovery situation, they're going to have come in and drilled 20 wells in and around Stillwater. And 2 of those wells may be within Stillwater and 18 of them outside, and they're going to make that part of an enhanced recovery. I do think that it's probably wise for you as a city to say, if you're going to now start an enhanced recovery operation, you've got to come back and get a special use permit for the enhanced recovery operation. I think that makes sense. And that way you know what's going on. You know that there's an enhanced recovery operation going on in your city. I don't think it poses any additional health risk at all over any other than a regular drilling site. So I think that that's one issue. Now, with regard to the hydraulic fracturing aspect of this, I set out the extensive regulation by the OCC of the fracking process. I don't think that whether a well is fracked or not fracked, frankly, most wells in Oklahoma are fracked. The well under Boone Pickens Stadium that starts over in the corner behind Staples, it's not a yeah, it is a horizontal well. I start to say it's a direct. I start to call it a directional well, but that's the well that's outside of city limits, that on the out east out here. It is a horizontal well, and it is cased and fractured stimulated. And so almost all of these wells are going to be fracture stimulated. I don't think that there's a necessity for an additional setback. I think whatever setback you set for the wells is sufficient. But what I do think is important is that 2 things. When they come in to get a permit, a special use permit, they need to tell you that they're going to be fracture stimulating these wells. And if they don't tell you that up front, then before they do, they got to come back and get some other permit from you before they're allowed to fracture stimulate. Also, and this is also, the Corporation Commission requires this, and frankly, I tried to get it in the rules at the Corporation Commission, and so far that hadn't happened. I tried to require that they give the counties and the municipalities in which they're fracking the same 48-hour notice that the commission requires them to give them. So the Corporation Commission already requires them to give the Corporation Commission inspector a 48-hour notice before you are going to do a fracture stimulation. And the purpose of that is they can have, if they wish, their inspector on site during the fracture stimulation. And I personally think that's a wise idea from the city's standpoint. If there is a problem, you're going to know it while you're on site. You're not going to find out about it at a later date, you know, after things roll through the chain of paperwork 2 or 3 weeks later that, oh, we had a chemical spill, or, you know, we had a problem with the wellbore or whatever. Your inspector is going to be able to be on site because he's going to know when they're going to do it. And I think that that is a better protection for the citizens of Stillwater than additional setbacks. I think there's no real good rational reason for a different setback. I think whatever setback you guys decide is appropriate for the wellbore. I think it from a practical standpoint, it's the same risk one way or the other. Yes, they may have additional chemicals on site, but I think the more important factor is you guys knowing what's going on and being able to have your inspector there watching what's going on during that process. And so that's my suggestion in number 2. And then again, with regard to separation with regard to the non-commercial facilities, same concept. You guys have got 500 feet. I suggested 300 feet. I don't know what the right number is, but I'm trying to, what I would like to see is to make sure that we have left as many, have the ability to access the mineral estate as best as possible. And that, again, that's all with regard to that. And I'm taking up way too much of your time. With regard to the ability to, let's see, this is, again, there's some language there with regard to maybe the exceptions on having, again, that relief valve. And I think both sides, if we do create reciprocal setbacks, there needs to be relief valves for both the mineral estate as well as the surface estate if we do need to get closer for good reasons. I did strike John's language about due to size or shape alone. I'm not. I mean, I know what I think he's trying to say, but I struggle with that on what that really means. The bottom line is, my approach is, if there's a necessity, you guys should be able to shrink that down if that is a necessity. And then I think that may be, frankly, I didn't try to get into the decibel issues and all of that. I'm afraid if we brought that decibel meter up here for me, we'd be way over the limit. But that's all I really have. I just, again, I guess with regard to your extraterritorial request, again, I think the same needs to apply. Some kind of a reciprocal setback if we're going to have a setback. It may not be as big of an issue during the production phase because that setback's probably going to be close enough to not be a problem. But just be thinking about those types of issues as you work through this.
One quick question for you, and I can't find the section, but you just talked about not having the size and shape being a must factor, but did you still have in there the notarized acceptance from surrounding people?
The way that's worded, by the way, it's an either or in that situation. You can get, the way John's got it drafted, and I think appropriately, you can get a reduced setback for this necessity, or you can get a reduced setback by obtaining all of the written consent.
But on yours,
I left that in.
okay.
I think that both options, and likewise, if you're going to have a reciprocal setback and you have the same type of relief valve where you can get closer to a well site for your house than whatever we set, then you have the necessity issue there, or you get written permission from the operator of the well to move closer. Now, there they've got a better advantage because you only have to get permission from one person as opposed to maybe 20. But again, reciprocal is what I'm looking at, is and providing relief valves so that you guys don't get in a box if you need to have an escape. Did you want?
No, I
to
think
banter
that
with
I
John,
want
or-
to, I think that I want to, my personal opinion is, I want to hear comments from the entire people on the list, and then, because my comments or my questions may change with attorney based upon everybody's input.
Well, I certainly appreciate your indulgence, and again, I took up a lot of your time, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are we good, or you guys need a break?
I'm good for another couple.
All right. Just have to make sure that we're not in emergency status. All right.
Appreciate that.
The next person on the list, Mr. Rick Lewis.
Good evening. My name is Rick Lewis, and I live at 1905 North Cedardale, just outside the city limit. I was here last weekend. I'm an operator, producer, royalty owner here in Oklahoma. Bear with me here, my notes. There are over 185,000 active wells in Oklahoma, and hydraulic fracturing has been successfully used in Oklahoma for over 60 years. Well over of 100,000 wells have been hydraulically fracked during this period. There has not been one documented instance of contamination to groundwater or drinking water as a result of hydraulic fracturing. The Oklahoma Corporation Commission ensures that proper cementing and casing procedures prevent this. There is also no conclusive scientific evidence that hydraulic fracturing is responsible for recent seismic activity. Earthquake activity rising in the entire world, even in areas that have absolutely no oil and gas exploration or production. I wanted to touch on some of the regulations, proposed regulations on electric rigs, 23-410.6, paragraph 5. This concerns electric drilling rigs. A typical horizontal well in the Stillwater area is from 10 to 19,000 feet total measured depth. These rigs required to drill this deep and this far are typically 2,000 horsepower rigs. Now, there are total electric rigs in Oklahoma that can do that. My concern is if I want to drill a 5,000-foot vertical well in Stillwater city limits or just adjacent to it, there are no total electric rigs of 500 horsepower. I'd have to drill with a 2,000 horsepower rig.
I don't know.
Could
Could you clarify which section you're talking about?
Page
Because,
7 at the
No,
top.
very top. Rick, can
okay.
I ask you a quick question
Sure.
regarding that? Because it says that you could use another alternative if it meets the a lower decibel level.
Well-
Is that even, that goes back to my question on 600 feet, 1,000 feet, whatever. Is 69 decibels achievable?
No, I don't think so. I mean, the cheapest, say a 500 horsepower rig in Oklahoma, the quietest one would be a diesel or electric over diesel generators running an electric mud pump, hydraulic draw work, but I don't think it's achievable.
Do you have any idea what decibel?
It's,
level
but
that
we're
is?
not asking for that piece of equipment to be at 69 decibels.
Not right there, I know.
Not right, but-
I'm not talking about at the wellhead or the wellbore. I'm
Yeah.
talking about as you move out with.
As you
sound.
move out with the sound wall, that's where we're asking the 69 decibel, not,
Right.
I fully expect the motor to be significantly over the 69 decibels.
Well, what to say 69 decibel when the wind's blowing out of the north and you're to the south? I mean, you have to be 69 decibel all the time?
Outside your production site, that is correct. That's what's being proposed.
I just don't think that's possible. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, 23-410.7, paragraph 6. Let me go to that. That is the height, production equipment height, is that correct?
So it's talking about the height of the fence, I think.
Okay, but it also
Oh,
says.
sorry, no, I'm sorry. Storage equipment.
Okay, yeah, the storage equipment. Okay, well, a standard size 202 tank battery or tank, 200 barrels, that's pretty standard, is 10 foot by 12 foot.
10 feet high?
10 feet high, 12 foot wide. The only 8-foot tank available is a 100-barrel tank, and they're actually 8 foot 10 inches tall in the middle, and that's before you put them on a pad. The gravel pad would be another foot or two higher than that. On these prolific wells, most of those tanks are either 15-foot or 20-foot tanks. Because, you know, if you have a 20-foot stock tank, 20 foot by 12 foot, it would hold 400 barrels. So, you know, I don't think that you'd want to try to have somebody out switching tank on an 8-foot tank 10 times a day, you know.
Do you have a recommendation there that you'd like to height-wise?
Well, you know, these large horizontal wells, they typically have 20-foot tall saltwater tanks, and they have 2 of them. So, you know, there's more here. If I go out and drill a vertical well and I have to pump it instead of using a submersible pump, you know, like you see on the highways, the pump jack.
You're talking about the drilling operation.
No, I'm talking about the production operation.
Okay.
This would be after I complete the well, it doesn't flow, I have to pump it, so I put a pump jack on it. At 5,000 feet well, rod pump in Payne County, the smallest pumping unit I could have would be a 114, which stands for 114,000 inch-pounds of torque. And I looked on Luskin Industries, their data, and a 114 pump jack is 12 foot tall.
Rick, if I could, Paula just informed me that this particular part of the text amendment was actually supposed to be removed. So I guess they didn't do that, and so they had planned on removing the height minimum, or height maximum, excuse me, in this particular paragraph.
Okay, good. And then lastly, I went to the Stillwater website, and Stillwater city limits is 28.3 square miles. That equates to 18,112 acres of oil and gas minerals underneath the city of Stillwater. I'm not a mineral expert, but I know that there's been offers in the county or in the city of Stillwater for well over $1,000 an acre or $1,000 per acre for minerals. This does not include the quarter-mile buffer zone from the city of Stillwater, quarter-mile out. If you included that, that would be another 18,000 acres of minerals. I just wanted to point out that the people that own these minerals are schools, churches, ranchers, farmers, retired people, all citizens of Payne County. And lastly, I've got some information here about the big bad oil company. The average oil company size in Oklahoma is 11 employees. 1 out of every $3 spent in Oklahoma comes from the oil and gas industry. 1 out of every 6 Oklahoma workers works in the oil field. The oil and natural gas industry accounts for 27% of all taxes paid in Oklahoma. Any questions? Thank you all very much.
Thanks, Mr. Lewis. I'm going to actually ask if we could take a small recess. 10 minutes?
10 minutes?
10 minutes. So we will reconvene the public hearing in 10 minutes. Thank you. It's good to be on time.
Okay.
Right as you took the break with appetite.
Yeah. Yeah, she says.
It was funny because right as I looked at it a while ago, we started the meeting at 3:00.
Hi, I'm Blake Shive with the City of Stillwater. Here are some friendly tips to make sure your trash and recycling carts will be picked up on your scheduled pickup day. First, have your carts out by 6 a.m. Make sure there's 5 feet from your cart and make sure that the lids are closed to ensure that your carts will be picked up. For more information, you can visit the City of Stillwater's website at stillwater.org.
Nobody likes it when the power goes out, especially when they get a busy signal trying to report an outage. Well, the City of Stillwater has unveiled a new phone system where customers can easily call one phone number for electric, water, and sewer outages. The number to call is 405-372-3292, and you can call 24 hours a day. This is an automated system designed to recognize your phone number and easily pinpoint the problem at hand. So make sure your phone number is updated on your utility account. To verify or change the phone number on your account, call Utility Customer Service at 405-742-8258.
I'm one unlucky guy. The chance of being involved in a robbery is 1 in 757. The chances of being struck by lightning. 1 in 750,000.
Please fasten your seatbelts for unexpected turbulence.
The chances of being a victim in an airline crash? 1 in 29 million. Hey, could I get some peanuts? The chances of being involved in a car crash are far greater than lightning strikes and plane crashes. And if you are texting while driving, your risk of crash increases 23 times. Now, I may be an unlucky guy, but I don't have to be part of that statistic, and neither do you. Drive responsibly.
My bad.
My bad.
David, she's bringing coffee. We need to have another recess in about 20 minutes.
All is right. There's only been 4 people. Hopefully it's going to go faster.
Coke got a lot.
30 minutes, stuff to say.
Be surprised. We found out the last time. But at least I have good batteries. You called for the break, I wrote down the time, and my batteries died.
That's awesome.
Perfect timing.
Are we all back? Almost. Oh, we're missing Josh. Did he go get Josh? I don't know.
I know I'm going to finish this pop and start crunching that ice, so sorry. Sorry in advance.
Turn your microphone on.
See, and it's taking an extended break. He's eating a cookie.
He's a growing boy, you know. Took a little cookie.
All right. Okay, we'll go ahead and reconvene our special planning commission meeting and continue with our public hearing. The next speaker that I have listed here is Earl Hatley. It's all right.
I know I was next up. Missing a job to be. No, but I'll take it. So I am Earl Hatley. Right now I live in Craig County. I lived in Stillwater or just outside of Stillwater for 24 years here in Payne County. I still own my home and property, and there's fracking going on all around my area and around my property, and I'm facing off with Devon Energy that wants to get on my property. I don't own the minerals, I own the surface. So I don't have any rights. I can't stop them from doing this. I raised my 4 sons here. I got my graduate degrees here at OSU. I have a master's degree in political science, and I finished the coursework and the comprehensive exams toward a PhD in environmental science. I spent the past 25 years as a consultant to Native American tribes, Native American nonprofit groups, and grassroots nonprofit groups investigating Superfund sites and contaminated sites. Most of these sites were contaminated with petroleum products. So I'm very familiar with the toxicity and the problems with polluted sites from refineries and oil spills and underground contaminated areas. So I've done this for the past 25 years now. Getting to the draft regulations, the thing that stands out to me most is the issue of flaring. You state in your, I think it's over here, well, I have it written down. It's 20, I'm sorry. 23.410.6.
Number 14.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, 23.410.6, 7, or no, 14, yeah. There shall be no venting or flaring of gases near a protected use or residential platted subdivision except as allowed by the OCC. Well, the OCC allows flaring, and that's just a natural fact. There's flaring all over the place. If venting or flaring is allowed by OCC, such activities shall be performed within confines of a masonry wall. Well, I don't know if you've seen the flares, but they're very high. And so how high are your masonry walls going to be? Are you trying to block out the flares altogether? Is that the idea, so that people can't actually see the flares? I don't know if you want to build your masonry walls that high, but these flares are very tall. And they're also, like Mr. Pickens said, they're like jet engines. I mean, they're very loud. I don't know if you've stood by one, but I mean, several blocks down the road inside a house, they can keep you awake. They're very loud, and they're amazingly huge and bright. Where my property is, I can get up on the hill and look out, and I can see the flares way out in the distance all around a wooded area that was pristine, totally forested for miles, is lit up. So it's different. So I don't know how you're going to deal with that. The other thing is the flares is where you're getting your fumes. And this is not drilled, this is produced from a produced well. This is where you're getting. And so if you're going to be zooming in, with your setbacks, then that's another issue that you need to be aware of. Because the closer in to the flare, the more you're going to be getting of the methane and the volatile organic compounds, or VOCs, which I've dealt with for all of these years. It breaks down the immune system, causes cancer in its worst scenario. But endocrine disruptors are what you get from your volatile organic compounds in the kidneys, liver, etc. But the respiratory system catches it first. So you get this, this is an artifact from hydraulic fracturing. And I know you don't want to talk about hydraulic fracturing, but if you're going to give a permit and allow the oil and gas permit, then you're subjecting your citizens to horizontal hydraulic fracturing. And so they're the ones that are going to be dealing with this. And so you're setting up for lawsuits in the long run because you are allowing the permits. And so whether you want to talk about it tonight or not, this is what you're going to be putting in front of your citizens in the long run. And whatever density you're going to be allowing the drilling, you're going to be exposing them to this. So you just need to be aware of it. So the methane and volatile organic compounds, I would suggest that you ban hydraulic fracturing, horizontal hydraulic fracturing. If you're going to get into this myriad of regulations in allowing the oil and gas industry to have at it in Stillwater, at least ban horizontal fracturing. You can do that. A city charter like Stillwater has the right to do this. You have the right to just ban altogether like you started to do. And don't let them threaten you with lawsuits because you can do this. You started to do this. It almost worked. You just lacked a vote on the city council. But that would be the right thing to do for the health and protection of your citizens. But if you're going to get in the game of becoming regulators, at least ban horizontal fracturing. But let's see, there were the wellheads are going to be emitting a certain amount of methane and hydrocarbons no matter what. And your tanks are going to be emitting a certain amount of hydrocarbons and methane no matter what. And over time, your casings are going to leak. And the more density you have of these things, the more that's going to happen. And so you're going to be having this problem in Stillwater depending upon the density. So I would suggest that if you're going to do this, if nothing else, start setting up air monitoring stations so you can be on top of this as it develops. And you can get a reading of methane and volatile organic compounds in the air as you're going through it, and you can see what's happening, and you can be on top of it for the health and safety of the people in Stillwater and keep it healthy. But drive around southeast and east Stillwater and just drive through there, especially where the roads dip, and smell the gas. You know, just smell it to get a sense of what I'm talking about. I have an autoimmune disease and I can't go down there. I get sick. I can't drive through there. I can't go visit my friend Angela Spots, you know, for very long. I have to get out of there. I get sick. You know, and other people with immune deficiencies, they can't do that either. And you're setting up children, elderly, and people with immune system problems and respiratory problems in Stillwater. You're setting them up for this by allowing it. And I'm just warning you, that's what's about to happen. So I've been dealing with this all my career with people who are in this situation that are impacted by hydrocarbon contamination, by methane and volatile organic compounds in the air, in their water that they drink. You won't have that problem here because you're on city water, but protect your air and your air quality. Stillwater is just too beautiful. I love it here. I still consider it my home, even though I don't live here right now. I moved up where I am to work on the Tar Creek Superfund site with the 10 tribes that are impacted by that site right now. I fully thought I would come back here. I have 4 children who are grown. They did their growing up here, and they thought, and they honestly thought they were going to come back here and retire or come back here and live. But with all the fracking going on around Paradise Township where our home is, and especially when they heard that this was going to happen inside the city limits, they're not coming back. And I suspect that if you want this to be a retirement mecca for former OSU students like my sons and myself, you need to think about this. Because getting people to come back that went to school here, getting people come here to retire because of the lakes that are going dry because all the water is being sucked out for fracking, think about that. thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Megan Matthews.
Good evening. I'm Megan Matthews, 123 West Georgia Avenue here in Stillwater. And I can come to you tonight in a variety of different capacities. I am a 45-year resident of Stillwater, came here to go to school, and have decided we never wanted to leave. This is where we want to retire. But these concerns that have been expressed tonight definitely have us reconsidering that. I live just north of the high school, and we have damage to our home from earthquakes that have occurred. But my real reason to be here tonight is to talk about my passion and my career, and that is that of children and the children of Stillwater. I've spent 37 years in public education as a classroom teacher, a reading specialist, and I retired as an elementary principal at Will Rogers Elementary. So children and their welfare in all aspects of their life has been something I've been committed to for my entire life. In fact, it's been over half of my life. I'm very concerned about what would happen to the children if we allowed these things to occur. I'm very much in favor of the text amendments that you have talked about, and I hope that you will go forward with those. I'm sure any of you who have children yourself know that it is so critical that children get a good night's sleep and that they are in a healthy environment. The wells and things that you're talking about with the noise pollution, the light pollution, and of course the air quality would definitely affect the children of Stillwater. And it is critical that we not only look at it as a retirement community, but this is the life that these children have to live, and we want them to have the very best opportunity. Our school system is outstanding, but let's not let the quality of life in our community lessen their abilities to do well. As I spent those 37 years in education, the incidence of children who were having health issues has increased drastically. One of those, which is asthma. We had children, numerous children with asthma, some which was very severe. And in fact, in my time as an educator, we actually had a child die from asthma. And so it's not something we can just say, oh, well, we don't need to worry about the pollutants that might be in the air affecting our children. It definitely will. And I just ask you also think about when these wells and these sites are near these children's homes, as it is now. I have a friend who has a 3-year-old, and they can hear that, and it's very upsetting to that child. They cannot rest. It's not a good night's rest, and it will continue to be an issue if we don't say, not here, not now, not ever. We need to care more about the quality of life for our children. And I also want you to realize that when those earthquakes occur, it really does terrify children. I don't know. I was still a principal at Will Rogers when this started, and we had several occur, and it's kind of like when there's loud lightning or anything. They scream, and they are scared, and especially when it's new, they don't understand. And now they're in the new building, and is the new building already has, cracks in the concrete. I mean, the children worry about those things. Are we safe? Our home is having some damage from these things. So I ask that you consider me a 45-year resident and hope to be continued resident of Stillwater if the quality of life continues. And as I was walking out to take a restroom break earlier, I noticed very proudly the city of Stillwater, I guess, has a Walker's Hall of Fame. And there was a chart, and there were all these names listed, and I thought, that's the Stillwater I came to love and want to be a part of, where we are proud that we have the people who will work at this city of Stillwater who are walking and getting healthy. But if what we do to the community and to our air and to our light and noise pollution takes away from that quality, it will mean nothing. We don't want to go backwards. So I ask you to act favorably on this amendment tonight and approve it, and that you think about the request for 90 days. If you delay the approval of this text amendment, how many wells will and can be put up during those 90 days? And what will that do? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So before I call the next person up, I do want to echo, and I appreciate Megan returning back to the text amendment. We will benefit from comments about the text amendment and what changes that the text amendment needs or doesn't need, or what needs to be added or taken away from the text amendment. Those are the comments that we're really interested in this evening. And so I appreciate that at the end, you returning back to that. So if everybody could stay on task with that, that would be great. The next person I have is Sarah, I hope I say this right, Chabanak.
Oh, she's gone.
She's, okay. All right, Jeffrey Spots.
My name is Jeffrey Spots. I live at 2805 South Macy Lynn, which is just east of the city limits. Okay. Not here to ask you to extend anything. Strictly regarding what you are looking at, when I've been to each of the meetings that have occurred from the city council and here, and everybody talks like, well, when it's done, there'll be this little pad left, and there'll be like some sort of pumper that used to be painted polka dots and everything. That is not the reality in today's age. I have one less than an eighth of a mile from my home. There is not one rig that drills it. It is 3 distinct processes. It will take it on every one they do inside the city limits. You got to 32nd and Perkins. There are those going on inside the city limits today. They are approximately 137 feet tall. The one next to us was 147 feet tall. An 8-foot wall will mean nothing.
Are you referring
Absolutely.
to the flaring?
The drill rig.
The drill rig. Okay, I'm sorry.
147 feet tall that drilled next to our house. The noise was so loud that with every TV turned on in the house, you could not possibly think about what was going on. We watched OSU ball games, and we'd have to have it cranked as loud as we could just to know what was going on from the noise. And that happens for every hole. And in one drill pad, Continental has been known, and Continental is a solid Oklahoma company, has been known to drill 14 holes in one 5-acre pad. So it is not necessarily going to come in and drill one hole. Number two, after they bring in all these trucks, approximately 300 to build the rig, get the pad ready, then they tear that rig down, which takes similar number of trucks to tear all that stuff out, and they bring in the fracturing rigs. And the fracturing rigs will make the noise of the original rig seem like nothing. You just almost have to leave. And the oil and gas people have said how nice it is. If you call them, they'll talk to you. Well, I called and talked to them. And I did get a call from a VP who let me know that they are following the OCC laws and that basically maybe a hotel was good for a couple of weeks. You know, I don't know about you. I spent a lot of money on my home. I have 10 acres. I have lovely animals. I'm not going to a hotel for a couple of weeks while they drill. But you'll wish you had. And then third, they bring in the finishing rig, which is kind of like the rigs you remember in the old days. They're only 60 feet tall or so. They remove it and they put it into production. And then you will have flares. I won't talk about them because of the fact that they've already been talked about. The one near our house is 85 feet tall. So if you're going to block it, I can tell you what, you're going to have something that I've never seen on this earth. And I've been down and looked at a lot of shale wells. The other thing I want to cover that I haven't heard one word out of is how do you think they're going to get water to drill these wells? The well near our home used 3.9 million gallons for one hole. The one that's an eighth of a mile further used 16 million gallons, and there are 3 holes. All of that water came out of hydrants. Now, is the city of Stillwater ready to do that? That's up to y'all. If you don't, the most common now is pipeline. And they're going to need to get that water out of here because at least 60% of it will come bubbling back with ferocity very quickly. So you will need to have a route for them to get those millions of gallons out. I did a little math with 5,000 gallons to a water truck, which takes them over the load limit for most roads and bridges in this area. It would take 1,000 trucks to drill one hole. So other than that, I really don't have anything to say other than I think it's time that the landowners quit sacrificing and the mineral owners and the gas companies start sacrificing.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Dakota Rains.
Hello. My name's Dakota Rains. I live at 414 West 5th Avenue here at 5th and Duck. And I am going to talk to you about a couple of things. I have a master's degree in sociology, and I'm currently a second-year PhD student in the sociology department, and I study environmental issues like this. I've been doing that for almost 15 years now. One thing that I wanted to ask was I sent several documents for you all to look at because there have been a number of people who say that there's not very much research about the negative impacts of what we're talking about regulating this evening. Did you all receive any of that research? Yes, you did. I have more if you want more. Thank you for sending that along. I appreciate that. So a couple of things that I want to address. One, the protected use. That definition does not include the college campus or any of the college campuses in town. And I think that if we're going to protect students, or if we're going to protect children, there is a daycare center on the college campus of OSU. There are children there. So I would like to suggest that maybe we consider adding that to that definition. Secondarily, I think it was very interesting that on my way here this evening, the song that was playing on the radio was "If Your Lips Are Moving, You're Lying, Lying, Lying." There have been a number of comments at many of these meetings about whether or not there is enough empirical evidence to know whether these things that we're talking about regulating actually do cause earthquakes or negative health impacts. And like I said, I sent you all some research on that, but I wanted to bring a few more things up. There are a number of studies coming out, especially in the last 2 to 3 years, that not only link deep well injection to the probability of increased seismicity, but they're also now starting to link fracking itself as a process to induce seismicity. And I have 3 studies that I can send you all if you want to look at that information as you're considering whether or not you want to allow that kind of process within the city limits. We already have a great number of earthquakes without very many of these processes happening in the city, and I would hazard a guess that the more of those kinds of operations you allow in the city, the more you're going to have those sorts of earthquakes. And I think that's important to this regulation for a number of reasons, being private property values and things of that nature. Secondarily, there's the conversation in the regulation about the distance for enhanced recovery methods. And again, there has been a number of folks who have talked about there's no need to have greater distance for those kinds of practices, greater setbacks or anything like that. I have a number of studies that I can send you, all produced within 2011 to current, that suggest that negative health impacts cannot be reduced for people who live less than 1 kilometer from these sites. That's more distance than the setbacks that are currently in the regulation. So the things that you're thinking about with that is that there are 1,000 different chemicals that go into this process. 75% of them have been tied to negative impacts for skin, eye, sensory organs, respiratory, and gastrointestinal systems. 40 to 50% of them can negatively impact brain and nervous systems, immune and cardiovascular systems, and the kidneys. 37% of them have negative impacts on the endocrine system, and 25% of them have negative impacts for cancer and mutations. So I think that's something that we definitely want to take into consideration as we're considering setbacks for enhanced recovery methods. There was also a comment made by the fellow from the OIPA about free market negotiation and how we should allow the oil and gas industry to not have some of this regulation in the hopes that those things can be negotiated with the surface owners, the mineral owners, and the industry. I have a study from Tony Ladd, who's down at Loyola, 2013, and he notes a number of different things. One, when you allow that kind of negotiation process, you get a very different level of payment that is paid to people. So when the industry thinks that they can pay someone as little as $25 per acre for these kinds of processes on their land, they'll do it. Whereas when there are people who they think they need to pay more, such as $30,000 an acre, they will do that. So regulating, I think, is important. There's also empirical evidence in that study about the difficulties for industry, and Jeff Spotts talked about this, for industry to dismiss citizens' concerns and to not take them into any sort of consideration. So I appreciate the regulation that you all are trying to do. One thing that was brought up in the last meeting that I didn't see addressed in the new regulation were the discussion about penalties for when these regulations are broken. I still don't see that here, so I'd like to continue that discussion. There was also commentary about changing the fee schedule so that the city doesn't bear the brunt of, this, the increased cost of all these specific use permits, and I didn't see anything about that in this regulation either, so I'd like to continue that conversation as well. I also wanted to address a number of the comments about the 69 decibel limit. A number of people have said, well, standing right here, I'm talking at 69 decibels. Well, I'd like to remind people that this is also amplified speaking. It's not just people standing here with their common voice. When you look at the EPA website, 69 decibels is akin to living in urban row housing on a major thoroughfare. And I would hazard a guess that most of the people who are living in Stillwater did not intend to be living in urban row housing on a major thoroughfare. So I appreciate the 69 decibel limit and would strongly encourage you not to increase that. The last piece there's two last pieces I want to address. One, Earl Hatley brought up the idea of air monitoring. I'd like to see some regulation not only for air monitoring, but also for water monitoring. One of the problems that scientific researchers are having in dealing with these sorts of issues that come out of the oil and gas industry is there's often no baseline before the oil and gas industry comes in. So it's very difficult to prove that there's any sort of contamination happening to the oil and water because they say, well, it was like that before we got here. So I would strongly encourage you all to consider that in these regulatory pieces. Maybe not only have them do a light or sound study, but also maybe have them do an air quality study, a water quality study, so that if something does happen, it's easy enough for the city or the residents of the city to prove that that's what happened, so that those damages can be repaired. The last thing that I want to talk about, I'm nervous about talking about for a variety of reasons, but there was a suggestion to panel to sit this aside for 90 days. My concern with that is there's currently a bill before the state legislation that would deny charter cities this kind of regulatory capacity and things of that nature. So I would like to hope that you all will take that into consideration when you consider how long to let it sit, if you should choose to let it sit. Again, if you want those studies, I'm more than welcome to give them to you, so please let me know. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Lori Clemens.
I'm Dr. Lori Clemens. I live at 2608 South Oxford, which Mr. Barth's father built for us. I also own business property downtown within spitting distance of here. My profession regulates me heavily. I'm regulated by my professional organization, I'm regulated by the insurance industry, and I am regulated by the government. So I understand regulations, and I live with them, and I have always lived with them. Yet I still manage to make a living. Although I will say that my profession does not have sufficient funds at its disposal to lobby my state government or my federal government to pass laws that are favorable to us. And I am fine with that because I do not think that the democratic process is such that we should be able to influence our government to favor one industry over another. Other than that, the gentleman who just spoke hit every point that I wanted to make and then some. Well, I had to, because just during the recess, my younger daughter called me And I told her she wanted to know where I was because she and my grandpuppy were at the house and they wanted to visit me. And I said, well, I'm at City Hall. And she said, well, what are you doing there? And I said, there is a planning commission meeting. And she said, well, Mom, what's going on down there? And I said, well, the city of Stillwater wants to be the first city in the state of Oklahoma to regulate the doings of the gas and oil industry. And she said, good. And you know what? That made me start thinking about something else. That made me start thinking about my younger daughter, who was born with severe eczema and asthma. But this wonderful young lady left Stillwater several years ago to do her first year of college at Columbia University. She completed her first year, and then she wanted to come back to Stillwater. Another young person who couldn't wait to get out of Oklahoma. She went to New York City, spent a year there, and she said, you know what, Mom? Everybody in New York City, everybody at Columbia University comes from either the East Coast or the West Coast, and they don't know that there's anything in between. And that's made me appreciate Oklahoma so much more because we know what's in the middle of the country, and I want to come back home. And she is now an OSU student. Many of you probably have met her. She has worked as a waitress at Hideaway for the last 3 years. She's probably waited on many of you. You know, when she came back from New York City, which many of you probably think has a lot of air pollution, she came back from there. The whole year she was there, she had no problems with asthma. She came back, she saw her asthma specialist in Oklahoma City, and she was effectively cured of asthma. Since she's been back here, her asthma has gotten so much worse. She will graduate in December. I want her out of Oklahoma. Not because I don't love her, but because I do. I want her to be able to breathe again. I want these regulations passed. I am very concerned that this very powerful gas and oil industry, who is complaining about if you put regulations on them, they won't have enough money. They won't have enough money for what? To get the laws they want to favor them to pass? You know what? I have a hard time feeling sorry for them. One of the things that we all like, and I'm not from Oklahoma, by the way. I'm a Minnesotan. But yeah, sure, you betcha. But I've been here as long as I lived in Minnesota, so I consider myself enough of an Oklahoma now to say this. One of the things that impressed me when I came down here is that Oklahomans value community. They value being good neighbors. And that's what I've seen from most of the people who spoke here tonight. I have been an expert witness many times in court, so I know what lawyers are like. But you know what? I've seen from Mr. Dorman tonight and Mr. Stour tonight, I don't see the usual lawyerly stuff. What I've seen is them working really hard, as well as everybody on the Planning Commission. I've seen them working really hard to try and listen to the concerns of the citizens and the concerns of the oil and gas industry, and trying to accommodate everybody the best way they can. Unfortunately, that's not what I'm seeing from the oil and gas industry. And that concerns me. And I talked to a friend of mine with libertarian leanings. Now, that's not my political stance. But you know what? I make friends from all political persuasions. And I believe in being open-minded. And this libertarian friend of mine said, you know what, Lori? The free market has a way of balancing things out. Now, I don't necessarily agree with him, but you know, I've been doing a little bit of reading lately. And some of my reading has taken me to Forbes magazine. And if I were the oil and gas industry, I might be a little bit worried, because you know what Forbes said? Forbes has been writing articles promoting renewable energy. And I thought, well, that's interesting. Why are they promoting renewable energy? They're telling people to invest in renewable energy because it's now cheaper, it's less volatile, and it doesn't depend on foreign markets. So then I did a little more reading. Right now, coal is 6.6 cents per kilowatt hour. Natural gas is 6.1 cents per kilowatt hour. Solar is 5.6 cents per kilowatt hour, and wind is 1.4 cents per kilowatt hour. And you know what? Oklahoma has lots of solar, and it has lots of wind. If I were the oil and gas industry, I'd be just a little bit worried. And I would be a little bit more invested in being a good neighbor instead of the bully on the playground. Thank you all for letting me speak.
Thank you, Lori.
Thanks.
Kathy Cross. She may have left, or okay. Mike Shanahan.
I'm Mike Shanahan, 1416 North Berry Court. I don't want to be too redundant here. We've had a lot of eloquent testimonials. I do want to compliment the Planning Commission and the meeting we had in front of the City Council and the staff for taking the time to really seriously consider this issue. I'm quite encouraged by it. However, dealing with the ordinance we're looking at, the amendment of the ordinance, I think essentially the problem is that we can talk about a 500-foot separation distance, we can talk 1,000, we can talk 1,600, we talk 1,800. But the point is that really all those distances are inadequate. I mean, you've heard Jeff Spots talk and other people talk about the impact, the incredible impact of this. And they're a quarter of a mile, half a mile away. So we're really kind of nibbling at the edges here. Now, one thing I think someone mentioned is, has anyone on the Planning Commission been to a site, spent some time around a site, city staff, and really truly understand what the impacts are? And that's why I think this distance issue is so critical. Do we really understand what 1,000 feet means next to a big fracking rig operation? And we've heard from the oil and gas industry about restricting oil and gas activities could discourage future business investment. And when I was on the Planning Commission, one of the most important criteria I considered was not only was it what's going to happen the next 2 or 3 years. Most of these wells are usually depleted within 2 to 3, maybe 5 at the most. But not what's just going to happen the next 2 or 3 years, but looking out the horizon. Look out 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. How is this going to impact this community in that time frame? That's really what we should be thinking about. And I think there's been the mention that, okay, let's think about what is Stillwater? All right, what attracts people here? Well, it's a college town, ambience, semi-rural environment. People are really attracted to that. Now, what's that going to be like if we become a landscape of oil and gas drilling rigs, flares, toxic fumes, wastewater we really don't know what to do with except throw it down the earth and cause earthquakes? I mean, really? So I think we have to think, what are our options? You know, we want to become a retirement community. We want to continue to be a college community, and to be that at the level that we want to and sustain it, to attract the best and brightest students, faculty. We want to continue to be and promote ourselves as a tourist destination. We want to attract advanced technology businesses. Are we going to do that with an oil and gas industrial landscape? So I want to seriously encourage you to think about the maximum restrictions that we can incorporate in this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Daniel Shreve.
My name is Danielle Shreve. I live at 4806 South Hunter Circle in Stillwater. My father attended Oklahoma A&M, and I attended OSU. I came here in 1978, graduated in 1982, moved away, and then my family moved back here in August of 2000. Was so happy. I always wanted to come back to Stillwater. It's a great town. I used to ride bicycles everywhere out in the country, and this is a bicycle town, and that's really great. I think that's great. Thank you for allowing public comment regarding the zoning regulations on oil and gas production. One of the special outings we plan for our family is to walk and hike our local community hiking and walking trails. John Muir, the Scottish-American naturalist, author, and early advocate of preservation of wilderness in the United States, said, "In every walk with nature, one receives far more than he seeks." This is true for our family. This past Christmas break, our family, which includes my husband, 2 adult children who live outside the home now, and our exchange student from Norway, visited Horse Thief Canyon along the Cimarron River outside Perkins. Cultural exchange has been great, and I would encourage others to host exchange students. One December in 2010, a boy from Australia who followed our daughter home after an exchange study in Adelaide accompanied us on a hike to look for eagles. We made a rap video that day to send to our daughter's friend Erica, who was stationed in Afghanistan with the Oklahoma National Guard. We also use Kamioka Trail, Lake McMurtry trails, Boomer Lake trails, and Lake Carl Blackwell trails. We capture pictures of our surroundings and listen to birds chirp now and then, but not at a constant mechanized drumming, and revel in nature's beauty of the area. Mr. Muir also said, "Everybody needs beauty as well as bread, places to play in and places to pray in, where nature may heal and strengthen the body and soul." My family strongly believes this to be true, for what we receive from outdoor activity and nature heals us from our many woes. Here's a list by the City of Stillwater of our parks, trails, and open spaces in Stillwater. I would like to request that you consider very strict zoning specifications for all of our 6 sports centers and complexes, our 22 parks and open spaces, and our walking and multi-use trails, which includes Kamioka Trail, Couch Park, Sanborn Lake, Lake McMurtry, Teal Ridge, and Tech Park Trail. I have pictures and a map around Couch Park. Here's the map of Couch Park, and here's the pictures. It's a map of Couch Park and 16th and Alcott. There is a Capco oil storage tanks just right across the street. It's just to the southwest of the ballpark, home of the Stillwater Pioneer baseball team. The winds are almost always blowing into the stadium and the park from that direction. The oil smells is polluting people trying to use Couch for bicycling and simply sitting and watching ball games in the Pioneer stands at the baseball stadium. Another thing John Muir said, everything is flowing, going somewhere. Animals and so-called lifeless rocks, as well as water. Thus, the snow flows fast or slow in grand beauty, making glaciers and avalanches. The air in majestic floods, carrying minerals, plant leaves, seeds, spores, with streams of music and fragrance. Water streams carrying rocks. That was from my first summer in Sierra. 1911. You know, God expects, even demands, that we are stewards of his creation. In Genesis 1:26, then God said, "Let us make man in our image, and let them rule over the fish of the sea and the birds of the air, over the livestock, over the earth, and over all the creatures that move along the ground." We have been given the responsibility to take care of our earth and the community. I've grown up in Oklahoma, was taught in church, Girl Scouts, public schools, and Oklahoma State University to be a good steward of my environment. Please consider very strict zoning specifications around our places to play in and places to pray in, where nature may heal and give strength to the body and soul. Thank you again for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Deanna Home? Okay. Cheryl Baker?
My name is Cheryl Baker. I live at 217 South Stollard Street in Stillwater. We've lived in Stillwater for over 30 years. I've lived here longer than I've lived anywhere else. Listening to all the personal impact statements, it's really affecting me, and it's hard to imagine what it's like to live, what it's like for those people to live in those situations where the drilling sites are right next to their homes. For me, my own personal impact has been minor because I live in a really well-built house that was built 78 years ago, and it is showing cracks in the walls now. That didn't show up for 78 years or 75 years, and they are showing up now. So we are having damage. A lot of people have already talked about things that I wanted to talk about, so I'm not going to cover those things. But what I really wanted to cover today was concerns about water, and Jeff Spots did make some of those statements. I went to the City of Stillwater website, and it states that Stillwater on average uses about 7 million gallons of water per day on average. And on a hot summer day, that can spike to double that amount, up to 14 million gallons. So Oklahoma, the state of Oklahoma, is currently, most of it, in a moderate to severe drought. And I went to the National Weather Service. For our area, that drought is expected to persist or to get worse. So as we expect to use this amount of water, why are we willing to waste our water on fracking sites which use, on average, up 2 to 8 million gallons of water to frack it, and then they can be refracked and take even more water? So when Stillwater is already, or has already experienced water issues, especially in the southwest part of town where there's been water rationing, I think if we're continuing to use water at this rate, especially if you're thinking about the summer months when fracking is going to be happening as well, we may have rationing issues throughout the city and not just in the southwest. So we're not alone in having drilling here in Stillwater and being under a drought situation. There was a recent article that came out, a research article that said that of the 40,000 oil and gas wells drilled since 2011, 75% were in areas of water scarcity. So I think that this is going to be a continuing problem, not just for Stillwater, but for all of us. Beyond the issues of the relatively simple issue of is there enough water for us to drink, to live, and enough water to use for fracking, there's also other issues, and in fact, Congress asked the EPA to conduct a study of the potential impacts of hydraulic fracturing on drinking water resources. This is an ongoing study. The results are not in yet, but it's like this is something that needs to be studied well and with impartiality. It cannot be influenced by money. It cannot be influenced by the industry. it shouldn't be influenced even by emotion, where there's a lot of emotion here. And you all have a very hard job to do. You have to approach this, and you're going to make somebody mad. But you have a responsibility here. I went to, again, the Stillwater website to look up your mission statement for the Planning Commission. And so you all are supposed to look after the physical, social, and economic development and the betterment of Stillwater. And it also says that there's one member who serves in a non-voting environmental advisory role. I was wondering who that was.
Actually, we haven't had that for quite a while, have we, John? I think Greg Fox was the last one that served in that
You
role.
need that, and they
or
need
Stephen
to be
Taylor,
voting.
yeah.
Okay, so that's good to know. So I don't want to take up too much time, but the EPA study, they were going to look at a number of different issues. One was, where is the water coming from, and do we have enough water to do that? One is the impact of, or the possible impacts of surface spills on groundwater, and that is mentioned in the text amendment. On the first page, under number 3, says that oil and gas well drilling can introduce contaminants into groundwater. But one possible change here could reference the significant amounts of water that are used in the drilling process and how that permanently removes the water as being available for other uses. So I'd like to see that in that paragraph somewhere. So anyway, to finish up, I think that, again, you guys have a hard job to do. And these decisions should not be based on emotion or on money or on greed, but you have a hard job to do, and I hope that you study well, and if you don't understand the research articles that you can find, and I'm going to give you, if you just put in on Google, potential impacts of hydraulic fracturing on drinking water resources, and I put added drought in Oklahoma. There are scholarly articles, 748 of them, that you can find. And these are not opinion pieces, they're not editorial pieces, they are scholarly articles where they've done research. And so there's a lot of information out there. So I hope you take the time to look at the research that's available, and remember your mission statement, to look out for the betterment of Stillwater. Thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you. David Yellen.
My name is David Yellen. I live at 5221 East 56th Street. I'll be very brief. I spoke last time. I've lived in Stillwater for 34 years. The first 24 years, I lived right in the heart of Stillwater. 10 years ago, my wife and I moved to the edge, the eastern edge of Stillwater. We have 10 acres, have 3 horses, a pond. When we moved there were no fracking wells at all. Today, there are about 8 within the immediate vicinity of our property. So I am familiar with the effects of the flaring, the noise, the health and safety risks. Basically, I think most of the people have spoken before me have covered the things that I wanted to say, so I won't repeat them. But I do think, I realize your job is a difficult one, and I have sympathy for the fact that you'll be discussing a lot of complex and confusing issues. 2 things I just noted in my notes from previous speakers that confused me, and I'll just repeat them here. Someone said, one of the oil and gas representatives mentioned that he used the phrase, an absolute necessity to drill a well. That confused me as to why there would be an absolute necessity to drill a well other than for profit. And the second thing that confused me was something about a person wanting to build a house next to a well. Who would intentionally build a house next to a well? It doesn't make any sense. I really think that the issues that have been discussed so far really boil down to the monetary interests of the oil and gas industry and the monetary interests of royalty owners versus the safety and health of the residents that are near wells. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Charles.
Hello. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Again, my name is Rick Charles. I live at 31 Yellow Brick Drive here in Stillwater. A little background, I moved with my family to Stillwater about 16 years ago. I was attracted to Stillwater, the city itself, by the very friendly and progressive community. Matter of fact, many times since I quickly learned and have referred to Stillwater as the friendliest community I've had the pleasure of residing in. I've lived in 5 states prior to here, and I honestly feel Stillwater is the friendliest place that I have experienced. And over those 16 years that I've lived here, proud and thankful both that my son graduated from Stillwater High School, and also proud and thankful that both my son and my daughter have graduated from Oklahoma State University. Now, as I mentioned briefly too, I have lived in 5 different states prior to Oklahoma, over a span of 40 plus years prior to that, and in those 40 plus years, I've experienced some significant wind, hail, snow, flood events without going into detail, every one of those of some national note. So my point there being that even though I purchased and live happily on Yellow Brick Drive, I was also realistic enough to realize that I had not moved to Oz. I had moved to Oklahoma. But nonetheless, did I never in my wildest imaginations expect that I would experience one earthquake, let alone 200 plus earthquakes, and all the nuisance and damage, real damage that goes with those 200 earthquakes. But at the same time, I much value and understand the importance of the mining industry and all industry. As myself, I am been a metallurgical and continue to be a metallurgical engineer for 35 plus years, and very much believe and know that industry and mining are part of the background along with the people of this country, and agriculture is the background of, or the backbone of the strength of this country. So that's, you always have to balance those needs and importances, which is, again, as other people have said, is one of the challenges of your task. But again, never did I believe I'd experience 200 plus earthquakes. And in choosing to live here in the city limits of Stillwater, my expectation was that via zoning laws, et cetera, that I'm picking a residence in a residential area here in the city of Stillwater, that I would be protected from industry or mining industries becoming a near neighbor, and all the nuisances and health hazards of noise, fumes. It's been mentioned a few times too, but all the truck traffic that goes along with all of that, I felt I would be protected from that. To get a little more specific to your text amendment, I first want to say I much request and appreciate the, I think, leadership role that Stillwater is looking at here in terms of having this text amendment. It's a matter of how far do you go, and I would say you need to go forward strongly. And some of the specifics that some of which may not fully been touched on by some of the responses, but the 1,000-foot setback, I myself feel that 1,000 feet is there's no reason to back off from that. That is, in my mind, very minimal setback when you're talking about the kind of operations that are going to be happening. Secondly, again, much support extending the setback and other regulations to the areas immediately adjacent to Stillwater property lines. I don't think a quarter mile is a minimal distance, so I would, again, not back off from that. And as one of the other engineers here made reference to some terminology, i.e. the word and versus the word or, I very much reinforce the word and as being critical, because to me the suggestion of the word or is nothing but a dangerous opening to other interests. And then lastly, on a subject of delay, as an engineer, I do understand the importance of thinking and being intelligent about before you ever take any actions, including an amendment like this. But on the other hand, my wife and I very much enjoy, almost every weekend, we like to tour by auto around the state of Oklahoma and especially around in the adjoining counties. And every weekend we're out there driving down the roads, around the different roads, and I try to find different roads to go down. And in the last couple years, I see no indication of delay when it comes to what the oil and gas industry are doing. Delay does not exist in their vocabulary. They are moving as quick as they possibly can. And an undue delay on your part, I think, is dangerous. And you've got to think about what you do, but please, I would encourage, don't delay 90 days or even close to that. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Belinda Bruner.
Thank you. My name is Belinda Bruner. I live at 1110 South Ridge Drive. I did speak last week, so I came here trying to focus on what you wanted to hear about, the amendments to the draft. I do want to say, though, that I really regret that I couldn't be here earlier to sign up farther up on the list, but in my family, we have one car for 3 adults. So if everyone gets finished with work at 5, it's a little hard to get here by 5:30 even. So I apologize for that, but I didn't like being characterized as someone who's highly dependent economically on oil and gas. Well, I did appreciate hearing someone say that Oklahoma is about community. And that's one thing I wish I could add before I address the amendments. This is not happening in my backyard. Not yet. I'm here because my friends are threatened. And I'm here because my husband and I care about the community of Stillwater. My husband is not here because he's from Australia. And let me explain that. He's not allowed to vote. He does pay a lot of tax to the city, state, and the federal government. And he has opinions, but since he's not allowed to vote, he figured no one would want to hear him talk. However, For the past 10 years, he has been adding money to our utility bill for that little part that says for people who can't afford to pay their utilities. Every month for 10 years, even though he can't vote. So I just wanted to say that to emphasize how much we care about community. And I'm very grateful that you all are listening to me because, as someone mentioned, I have also heard that the state of Oklahoma is working rapidly to make a law, I don't know what it's called, the terminology, that cities won't be able to make decisions like this. And that worries me, especially for my friends who are so affected by these issues. As far as the amendments, I think it's a good start. It obviously, from the things you've heard tonight, it needs to be much more restrictive for the favoring the citizens, and I would hope that, and I believe that since you're listening to us, you really do care about people more than money. So I would hope that in addition to the new section about the amendments to the nuisance code, that you really strongly think about that distinction between nuisance and hazard. Because it says right here, certain oil and gas activities injure public health, safety. To me, that's not a nuisance. That's a health hazard. And they're very different things. I also would like to hear you talk about what recourse citizens will have when the oil and gas companies don't obey the laws. I think last week I heard that even the EPA fine is only $1,000 a day or something. Is that right? Something. Oh, you're not allowed to answer my question.
No, we don't.
I don't
since
know.
we don't know, we're not on the EPA.
Okay, so
Somebody
in the audience
told us.
I heard that.
We
I
are
heard
allowed
that
to speak,
last
but
week.
I don't know the answer to your question.
Okay, I heard that last week, and I've also heard that the state of Texas, for example, not that they're a great example, but that they pay that fine every day, and it's nothing. It's a drop in the bucket for the overall cost of what they're earning.
So this requires a specific use permit, and if I'm not mistaken, if someone has a specific use permit and they start operating outside of the permit, the specific use permit is revoked, right? Can be revoked. So that, to me, would be pretty severe if you were drilling oil
Okay.
or,
Yeah, that makes sense.
you had a permit to do so, and then you started operating outside of your permit,
Right.
and you would lose
It
that
could be
permit, or could lose that
revoked.
permit.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that for me. But I would like to see when people don't always operate the way they're supposed to when they're making a lot of money or stand to lose a lot of money. So I would like to see in the amendments to the draft something about what the people of Stillwater can do. Even now, before whatever else is going to happen, I mentioned that letter we got. And my colleagues have even gotten phone calls from people talking to us about our mineral rights. And I really feel disappointed that the city doesn't have a position. My husband said, well, we should find out the city's position, and then we'll do what the city suggests. So you really, it would be good if there were some more things in the draft that would protect us when things don't go the way they're supposed to go, or when we are badgered about things like mineral rights. What should we do? And we don't really know. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Belinda was the last person that I had signed up to speak, so I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And before I ask for staff's alternatives, I'm requesting that we have another 10-minute recess.
You can mobilize very quickly when you're drilling a well. It has to be because time is money, and but hopefully, I think most operators will respect this. But for the one that doesn't, there would be other remedies that we could pursue. Questions or comments? Okay. The Part B here deals with on-site requirements, and I'm not necessarily
Because I don't know.
Next time, we'll make it 6 minutes. Yeah. And somehow it starts showing like a blinking and then a beeping up on the screen or something. I don't know. There's all kinds of options. There's probably even a deal you can hit and eject some up out of the building. I don't know.
It's got a trap door right there.
You just fall down. Wish you would have finished that comment, but we're having too much fun up here. Josh is back this time because we're out of cookies. Okay, we good? I don't know. Okay. Let's go ahead and we'll reconvene our special planning commission meeting. So we've closed the public hearing on this this issue, and it's at this time we're going to have some I guess questions addressed by staff, and then we'll have alternatives presented to the planning commission by staff.
Okay, how do you want to do this? Just want to start going down the list, or?
Well, either we can ask questions if that's what you prefer, or if you have a set number of things you want to address that were brought up this evening by the public, or what do you, we're kind of open, I think.
Why don't we see what you guys have on your list? Because I have a list too, and I have a feeling that we're going to have a lot of overlap here, so that's maybe the most efficient way to go about this.
Okay.
May I suggest what we do is we just start with page 1 and see if we got any comments or questions on the first page. And I happened to open both what was delivered to us earlier and then what was delivered that has red marks on it. So do you have both of those?
Yes, I have both versions. I have my version, and then I have the comments that Mr. Stowers made.
And as we go through this, of course, myself and other commissioners will have other comments and suggestions, I'm sure. But in terms of findings 1 and 2 in the red, do you have any comments or suggestions about those findings?
I would make this comment, and with all due respect to Mr. Stowers, I think that what we have presented to you does represent that the property owners do have an interest in that is in this balance that is to be achieved by this ordinance. So we haven't forgotten them. I don't know that we need to just add all of these comments with respect to the rights of the property owners vis-a-vis the rights of the dominant versus the Serbian estate and all that kind of stuff. I don't think that that's necessary. I mean, we have acknowledged the importance of the industry. We've acknowledged that there are some conditions that are created by the industry that can have harmful effects on health, and that there's a need to engage in regulation from time to time, and in order to protect citizens who are affected by those, and that adjoining sites are disproportionately affected by these activities, but yet even in the context of the regulatory scheme, we must recognize the needs of both the citizens and the industry itself, and certainly the mineral owners. So I think we've done all of that, and we've also recognized that the state of Oklahoma has the primary responsibility for regulation in this area, and that our area regulation is supplemental to that and based primarily on our zoning power, but also the ability of the city to regulate nuisances, and nuisances being a term of art. I understand the distinction between nuisances and hazards, but where we deal with hazards is in what we refer to as the nuisance code, because that's a statutory designation, and I do respect those who have noted that difference in those two standards. But I think we've covered everything, so my recommendation would be not to change the findings. unless there's something in his findings that you would like to add.
The only thing that I have is, if you go to your number 3, and I'm not sure what sentence it is, but if you kind of look in the middle there, it says, produce large volume of dust, congest local streets, present fire and chemical spill hazards, and produce other deleterious effects, all of which, and he has many of which, I don't like to use the word all. I think many of them would be an appropriate thing, but that's the only change that I believe is appropriate in my mind.
I could live with that.
All the time or many of the time?
Some of the time. No, that's fair.
So let's go on to definitions?
I appreciate that he took the time to add these things into. We actually have had quite a few discussions about, with not just with Mr. Stowers, but with other people about the extent of this. And this is actually pared down quite a bit. This was actually 2 pages long when we started. So we've tried to be more efficient with the findings, but nonetheless, these are necessary for you to make in order to bring this ordinance forward.
So definitions. Is that where we're on to next?
Yep.
It's got a definition of disposal well.
We actually had that definition in, and in all candor, the additional definitions that Mr. Stowers has suggested in his comments, I think that is actually probably, those comments are very well taken, and I would actually recommend that we add those in.
I agree.
Because I think that particularly when you get into the issue of if you get into the issue of what constitutes a commercial disposal well versus all others, this definitional coverage will make it clear as to what it is that you are trying to prohibit and what it is that you are going to allow under the use permits.
So all of the red language that he's presented within definitions, you think these comments are acceptable?
I've
starred
the ones that I like, yes.
Yeah, I mean, they pretty much deal with the disposal well, the non-commercial disposal well, and the
Drilling activities, he kind of expanded upon that.
What he did was he actually, in the context of drilling activities, he acknowledged that those limited wells, that those types of disposal wells that were not commercial type wells, and also the enhanced recovery injection, which we actually had a definition for, he has recognized those within the context of the larger definition of drilling activities. I think that's a reasonable addition.
Okay.
So yes, to answer to save us some time, I think that the comments that he makes, those warrant being included in the definitions.
I have no problem with that in those.
I don't either.
Okay.
So we're on section 23-410.3?
Yes.
I'm really struggling with this whole necessity thing. I understand the safety valve. John, do we have a safety valve?
We have several safety valves, and I mean, I understand the argument about necessity. The current statutes allow you to basically not allow drilling, or at least the surface aspects of drilling, in certain zoning districts. That's a very common practice throughout Oklahoma. You will find, you look at any city's zoning codes in Oklahoma, and you will see that they don't allow drilling usually in residential areas and places like that. And that's the scheme that we follow. That's the scheme that is in the existing code, and we're not recommending that that be changed. And so to the extent that we're not enlarging nor narrowing the scope of areas where you can drill with this new.
To me, this opens up to any zoning for them to apply for SUP.
Right, and I think the intent of the original ordinance, and certainly the intent of this one, was there are certain areas where that those practices shouldn't be allowed.
Not only that, but it would fall upon us to make the decision on whether it's a necessity or not, which I think is highly subjective, kind of like all of the times that our code used to say you should do this and you should do that, and it was always thrown in our face that, well, just because I should, I'm not going to. So.
And the other safety valve that you have is, I mean, you do have 2 zoning classifications where it is allowed. If there was a situation where you absolutely had to site a well somewhere, they could come in and apply for the appropriate zoning classification. I mean, we do have agricultural zoning abutting residential zoning all over Stillwater. And we have I zoning abutting commercial zoning all over Stillwater. So it's not, I mean, that option is out there, and that is the option that most cities use. So I don't see any reason to add the necessity language. I don't think that that's necessary in this case.
And going along the same lines, we talk about in Planning Commission quite a bit, it seems like, about taking and rights and things like that. With that as the opportunity to rezone it, then apply for it, then you feel like we could completely eliminate the opportunity that anyone would bring up on a taking complaint.
There's always the possibility that someone
Right.
can come in and allege a take. But again, you have to be totally deprived of any viable economic use.
Okay.
And there are ways to get to minerals besides drilling straight down for them. I mean, the industry has proven that you can do things horizontally and vertically, and it's amazing what they're able to do. So, and given the size of the city and the way that our zoning is laid out, there aren't a lot of locations that are just totally isolated. I mean, right now, the Staples well that everybody talks about, it's drilling under houses, it's drilling under the university, it's probably right underneath us right now. I mean, I think that the common source of supply even comes this far. So, I mean, it's certainly within that unit, and so the technology is there to get to those. And we don't have large expanses of residential zoning in Stillwater. We don't have large expanses of commercial zoning or other places where it's not allowed as a surface activity. So, I mean, if you think about the size of Stillwater and what it is and the need to drill, I'm pretty confident they can get to that.
So that covers Section A. Section C, the drilling and operation of a commercial disposal well within the corporate limits of the city is prohibited.
I
Yeah.
agree
Keep
with
it
prohibited. Leave the
Yeah.
language like it is currently.
I agree too.
Guys, y'all can pipe in too down there, Rick. Okay.
Eventually, we'll have to take a vote, so.
At some point, they gotta push that button.
Yep.
Yes.
So we're now to point 4, 410.4. So this is on the site plan requirements and submittals and notice.
Don't you feel applicable is a good addition?
That's fair. I probably had it in there at one point, so that's,
That's under 4.
And I agree that
Yeah.
there's probably very few ODEQ regulations that would apply directly to it, but there's always those instances where you have pollution issues. And although the OCC regs cover a lot of that, if there is that remote chance that there's something that ODEQ would cover, we want to make sure that that's available to us. So, yeah, if applicable is fine. I mean, that's a very reasonable qualifier.
The only thing that's not on here that I mentioned last week is because we're requiring them to have a setback from protected uses and also from the residentially platted lots, that I really think they should show, they don't have to show the individual, plat, but to show the subdivision name and the lot and block number if it's within 1,000 feet.
Just to delineate
Just
that
to
on
delineate
the
that,
site plan?
Because I think it'll make it easier for the city to review that site plan and for us to be to look at it as well. If it's going to be a requirement within the setback, they ought to show it on the site plan.
How about, we can add it to number 4. We have, right now, we have the location of any protected use within 1,000 feet of the drilling and production site.
I'm thinking that ought to be 1,300 feet, because you're going to give notice to the 1,000 plus 300 foot, and we ought to show that on their drawing.
The 1,300 feet.
Yes.
If we stay with assuming the 1,000 is what we stay with.
Yeah, and later on, I will recommend something different than that. My thought is that the number ought to be 300
Plus
feet
300.
beyond
Right.
whatever we come up with our number later on.
And there's a way to write that in, and kind of like we did with the others, the applicable separation requirement plus the 300-foot notification area. We could do that. And then the other part of it is, as the chairman was pointing out, we need to at least have them show the location of the nearest platted lot line and the name of the subdivision.
Okay.
Would that meet, is that?
Yes.
I think that was probably an oversight on my part. That should be added in there.
So anything else in section 4, 410.4?
I have nothing.
Okay. Section 5, this is the mitigation and restoration plans.
I don't think we received any comments on the plans themselves. We did add in, as I said earlier, we added in the two items that Commissioner Booker asked us to add in. The only other thing, there was a comment made earlier about air quality. And the other thing that I have noticed in a few ordinances is you could have an air monitoring plan if that was something that might work. I don't know. I actually was thinking that I might talk to one of our environmental engineers here at City Hall, and we may already have environmental monitoring all out there already. I mean, we may already have the ability to detect that. I don't know. But it was a thought, and I did look in a couple of the ordinances while the discussion was going on, and there are provisions for that, but it's a thought.
That could be one that gets tricky though too, if you're that one that's on the border of the city limits and then there's another well that's right beside it that's not within it, and the wind's blowing this way and it's changing the air quality for the well that's right beside it, then it may be that well that's causing more air quality problems than the one right there. So you could be pretty judgmental on.
I don't know, and I guess I'm assuming that the environmental engineers will know how to deal with that type
Delineate
of a
those.
problem.
At the city of Tulsa, we had certain ozone requirements, and many of our ozone problems were caused from Dallas, Texas.
Yeah.
And so I am.
It's just going to be, that's going to be super. I mean, in this small of an area, I think patrolling air quality is going to be extremely difficult, especially when you get to the border lines of the city and where there may be 15 wells within half a mile or a mile or something like that.
My thought, I think the city staff has done a superb job on this. Why don't you talk to them and see if they can come up with something. I'm concerned about air quality, and I'm concerned about that particular issue, but I'm also concerned that we have false air quality has nothing to do with this particular well, and how do we address that? And I'm not sure how we address that.
John, what if we got a complaint from a citizen that, how do we handle that with any other, let's say a natural gas smell or how is that handled?
I'm assuming we have, I don't know that we necessarily do that. I think that's Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality that comes out and maybe does some monitoring.
And maybe that's a solution to it.
I know at the city of Tulsa, we would get a complaint, and essentially we would send out an employee out there that would try to smell something. If they smelled something, then they would follow up with the Department of Environmental Quality. and that was our monitoring system. And sometimes it worked well, and sometimes it didn't well.
Sometimes it worked.
He's got a cold that week.
That's right.
Yeah, everything's fine.
But are we best protecting our citizens if we're passing the buck on to ODEQ to come out and handle complaints of toxic fumes?
I guess when I read the ordinance,
Again, I can make the inquiry, and then if it looks like it's something that we could do locally, then certainly we could go ahead and make that recommendation when this goes on to council.
that sounds good.
Could that be something that the oil and gas monitor that we're going to pay could do? The oil inspector.
The inspector?
The inspector.
We can add that to his or her mountain
Got a good
list of
nose.
duties. Okay.
So how are we leaving that? Just direct staff to look into?
Look into it. I've got a note here
Possibilities.
to follow up on that.
All righty.
Staff to look into air quality.
Yeah.
Okay? So anything else on 410.5? Okay, moving on to 410.6, standards for oil and gas well drilling and completion. Here we go.
Let's talk about 1,000 feet.
My suggestion is that it be no drilling or production site shall be located within 600 feet of any protected use or lot with the previously platted residential subdivision located within the corporate limits of the city. No well bore shall be located within 1,000 feet of any protected use or any lot within a previously platted residential subdivision located within the corporate limits of the city. So I have two separate sentences, so I didn't use and or. So they have to adhere to both.
So what's your reasoning for changing what staff's recommended here?
I think, in my mind, 1,000 foot is away from the site, is where the well is and where most of the noise is going to be and most of the light problem is another 300-400 foot away. So essentially, you're having a 1,400 foot buffer there. I think 1,000 foot buffer from the well bore is sufficient, and 600 foot, as long as we have the noise at 69 decibels and the light requirements, I think is sufficient.
So I need, this kind of gets beyond this, but how do we, some of the comments tonight, and here I am no expert, about the height of the drilling rig being 100 feet in the air and the flaring tower, whatever it is, stack being 80 feet in the air. If we build an 8-foot fence around something that's 80 feet high, we're really not accomplishing anything, are we? I mean, there's no way you're going to buffer the sound of something that's 80 feet high if your fence is only 8 feet high.
Let me ask you this, Mike, in your 69 decibels, is that kind of the way we're wanting to go to regulate rather than go through and list out the height of acoustic walls and things like that?
Because it all depends on where the noise is, how many feet it is up. In other words, to answer your question is, an 8-foot wall, if the noise is 6 foot off the ground, is not sufficient. So what I'm suggesting is we don't put a requirement on the wall itself during the drilling that it be the 69 decibel level. And they have to figure out what the height of the wall should be based upon the noise intensity and the height of that noise intensity.
I'm just, I don't know how you make something that's really high up in the air quiet. That's one, unless you just turn it off.
They have. I talked to the director of drilling for one of the major oil companies. He said they have what they call wind walls, which are basically almost like tarps that they can put around if it's up at the top, Now, whether this is the way, this is the way I understood it. If it's up at the top where the pipes are banging together a lot at the top of the derrick, they can put a wind wall up at the top that'll mitigate the sound some. He said it's almost unfair to the guys that work up there, but that's not our concern because of the heat of Oklahoma, that it's a real pain in the butt for them to get as hot as they do up there. He also said that keep in mind, that there's the average well floor is 20 foot off the ground. Your engines are sitting at 20 foot off the ground, so an 8-foot fence doesn't really help there. So they wrap 12-foot tarps around the floor of the rig as well. And he said that it's not uncommon to see 32 to 65-foot acoustic walls put up around the floor to cover the sound of that. And they sent me pictures of what they do in Dallas with it. But, I mean, we get into the logistics of all of that, but I think if we stick with the 69 decibels, regardless of how high it is, if they have to abide by the decibels, then that's the rule. I don't know how they make it quiet, but
Okay.
that's not our problem. They
And
just have to be
Back
quiet.
to the same thing, but as an engineer, you work in sound studies, things like that all the time. Is that something that is achievable on the outside? And I'm not saying we have to make a plan for them, but
I'm used to roadways and highways where you have 90, 95 decibels on that roadway, and we get it down to 65 decibels. So 69, and since it's a logarithmic curve, 69 decibels is much higher than 65 decibels, and yes, you can get it down to that
be
number.
comfortably on the outside.
Yes.
Of that. Okay.
And why I'm comfortable with 69 decibels, because I'm fairly comfortable with the 600 foot that it'll be down below 65 decibels by the time it gets to somebody's property. And that's why I'm comfortable with the 69 decibels versus having a lower number.
On that, Mike, I'd actually had 1,200 feet on mine. And I was going from the edge of the site. So what are y'all's thoughts? I mean, I understand what Mike's saying, 1,000 from the well bore, 600 from the edge.
Yeah.
I'm probably closer to Mike, and I think it's extremely important to put a measure on the well bore at some point, because like Mr. Stower said, the well bore might not be in the exact middle of the site. It may be somewhere. So I think you've got to tie something to that. Now, logistically, I don't know enough about oil and gas to see if they can put that on the far edge or something like that. So I think having a measurement to that middle of that well bore is extremely important. And I'm kind of with Mr. Buchert on if you can, at the end of the day, I think the noise is probably a major, major concern for citizens. Health and safety and nuisance and all that goes along with it, but I think noise is the driving factor in a lot of that. And if you can mitigate that in 1,000 feet or 600 feet or whatever, and we feel comfortable at that level mitigating that noise to 69 decibels, then I think shrinking it as much as possible to do that. And so I'm probably in agreement with the 1,000 to 600.
So 5 acres, if it were square, which they never are, but if it were square, it would be 467 feet
Yep.
Yeah.
square.
And you would be potentially in the middle.
In the middle, if
Potentially in the
you're,
middle.
yeah.
So 230 feet either side. So yours was 1,200 from the wellbore or from the edge of the site?
Actually, from the edge of the site.
Edge of the site.
But again, I'd be willing to negotiate that, I guess.
And I was just kind of with staff on this. I mean, they've done the research on this, and so I'm not an expert to make a call to adjust this number in any way with what they said. So it's kind of where I am.
I agree.
So what did they say?
Well, it says 1,000 feet
foot.
from the
edge of the site.
From the edge of the site. I'm fine if we want to add something in there from the wellbore, I think, the more you can tie it down, the better. So if we want to have something in there, but.
Well, Mr. Dorman, where did we get the 1,000?
That's a number that the Land Development Code Committee came up with after having looked at some different distances and some statutes, ordinances down in Texas, and then looking at what was available in Oklahoma. There are some 600-foot distances in Oklahoma right now. Norman's is 600 feet. Oklahoma City has a 600-foot requirement for schools and hospitals and public buildings, but not for residences. You see, College Station, Texas just adopted 600 feet for residences, but they have 1,000 feet for everything else that we would have called a protected use in their ordinance. So it's kind of,
And I don't get that. I mean, I think it's the same impact to everything.
And that's the argument that you hear a lot of places, is that someone's home, why shouldn't it be protected as much as a hospital or a school? I mean, I don't see no one has really made an argument that's really impressed me anyways, and that's just my opinion. That's not, and I haven't been able to find anything to make that distinction. But and I understand where Mr. Bucher's coming from, that if 1,000 feet ought to be 1,000 feet, and wellbore is the way that they measure it. But, I mean, you have to decide what the numbers are going to be.
We don't want to be the same as Norman, so we're 601.
601. Well, we're 400 right now, if you, for reference. And I mean, if you double that, that would be 800 feet. And
you say we're at 400?
We're at 400 right now. So that's going to 600 only picks up a couple of hundred feet from where we are today.
But we're decreasing the decibel. We're adding a decibel level in there.
The 400 feet is measured from the well bore.
Yeah, it's
not.
Site.
So, in my opinion, we're picking up 600 feet.
Well, there's that argument.
I hate to disagree with you, Counselor, but.
But one of the reasons that we use the site as the standard is that's the way we do in zoning ordinances, is that we look at the edge of the use. When you're designing buffers between uses, like student housing or commercial uses or whatever, to try to protect neighborhoods, you start at the property line and at the edge of the use, and you work from it.
The other thing that's different is the wellbore is really a point, whereas the site, has got, most of them have square edges. I haven't seen any round sites. They're, could have some curves to them, but so if you go 1,000 feet out from the site, I think you're also hitting a bigger area than if you said just from the center of them.
I think that's why Mr. Bucher had both.
I had both.
With the
600 feet.
And with doing that, if we said the 5 acre squares, 470. So you split that in half, and so you have 200 feet. If you're from that borehead, you have 200 feet. So essentially, you would have to double the size of your pad in order to get the 1,000. Is that right?
Yes.
600 be 800. Yes, you'd have to basically. Yeah, you're right.
So you'd have 10 acres.
Or drill at the far.
But we're limited to 5.
The far side.
You're just getting farther away from it.
The pad doesn't have to be square. So.
I'm okay with that, Mike. I mean, 1,000 from the wellbore, 600 from the edge of the site with the decibel.
You said 1,000 from the wellbore?
1,000 from the wellbore.
Okay.
600.
So if it's not 1,000 feet from the wellbore, I mean, 600 feet may not be 1,000 feet may not allow you to get to 1,000 feet from the wellbore. If like he says, the site's 400, it's 400 feet wide, unless
it's surrounded by
it. Right.
Yeah.
But it's a minimum of 600 feet.
It's a minimum of 600 feet.
Okay, minimum 600. I'm writing down what you say. I mean, you're the one.
It's a minimum of 600 feet. So in most cases, if the wellbore's 1,000 foot away and
They're
it's
gonna be
square,
800.
it's actually going to be 800 feet.
Yeah, so
But this allows some flexibility of a rectangular one that gets closer as long as they get the noise and the lights correct.
Okay, so this kind of impacts my thought on this is, what do we, I want to bring in the enhanced production or hydraulic fracturing setback that has no number. Because I think they really kind of go hand in hand. If we're gonna, if we come down on this, are we proposing a different number here? Or are we
I'm proposing-
the same thing?
The same.
I think it has to be the same.
Same.
I disagree. Chemicals, the amount of noise, well, I guess if we mitigate the noise to decibels, but we still have the chemicals that you've got to make an adjustment for the use of more chemicals and stronger chemicals that close to residential
valid
uses.
point.
The flaring, yeah, there's quite a bit of things that go along with fracking that don't go along with just straight drilling.
What's your suggestion?
1,800 feet was my suggestion.
I was going 2,000 feet, but I'll settle for 1,800.
Let's go to 2,000. No, Stillwater should be cutting edge. Let's set a standard here.
Counselor, do we have any problem with that?
Well, the bigger you get, the greater the chance that you will
exclude everything.
You will, yeah, you're going to start running into those areas. But I mean,
They can come before us.
what number works for you? I mean, you have a 600-foot minimum on the non-enhanced production and 1,000 feet to the wellbore, and you may want to consider a formula similar to that.
Mike, you're good at formulas.
add
Not
it.
the English language.
So 600 to 1,000 and 1,000 to 1,400?
My suggestion is that it be 2,000 foot for me, that the drilling and production site be 2,000 foot, and that the wellbore be 2,400 foot.
I think you exclude 90% of your wells.
I
mean, and I'm not saying that. I mean,
I-
this side of the room shaking their head.
I don't have a problem with that.
Personally, I think that's a little much.
Yeah, I think that's a bunch.
The 1,800, I think's maybe more pertinent.
So the 1,800
was to the wellbore or to the, I'm confused.
Site.
Site?
to the protected site, and then we don't have a number to the wellbore.
If they're
Okay with
fracking
that?
here from Staples, surely they can reach 2,200 feet.
1,800 feet
To the side?
to the site.
I'm with that. We'll just see if it'll hold up.
So now,
Now we're going to go back to number
we
one.
got to go back to the first one. So, if we're going to do, I guess if we're thinking 1,800 on that, I could probably support the 1,000 to the wellbore, 600 to the site. That's why I kind of wanted to bring in the other things.
Okay,
So
good.
we're on that first.
I got 4 votes now.
So,
Rick, what do you say down there?
1,000 to wellbore, 600 site. I can live with that.
Okay.
Now, on the enhanced operations, we're talking, what was the number on that?
1,800 feet
To the wellbore,
to the drilling or production site.
Yeah,
to the
that's
site.
right. Yeah,
Now,
And no
Mr.
language.
Stowers mentioned that everything on, and correct me if I'm wrong, but enhanced operations is not necessarily just fracking.
Yeah, but this number 2 covers.
It's not at all.
Right. This number 2 says no drilling or production site wherein any enhanced production or hydraulic fracturing operation.
But that's what, I guess that's what I'm saying. So we're going to lump in fracking with every other enhanced operation.
That is
Where
correct.
they might use water, or they
Yeah.
might use CO2, or they might use something else. I think we've got to delineate those two if we're going to do that. Or not.
I can't because I'm not an expert to know what any of those things are. I guess, in my opinion. I don't know how to break out different distances for enhanced production because I don't know what the effects or not effects of using CO2 or water or other fluids or what other types of enhanced production methods there are. I couldn't break that out. I think we're also going to be creating a pretty big headache for our oil and gas inspector the more we break this up into little pieces.
I agree.
He's going to have a headache anyway.
Noxious fumes.
Yeah. Unless he smells really well.
I think we leave it together.
Anything else on the standards?
Is everybody
in
good
Part
with-
A?
Is everybody good with 500 feet from all other
Structures?
I'm good with that.
And that's to the site?
I do have a question.
Currently it is,
Yes.
yes. Yeah, that's right. Yes, Mike.
In the red volume, the question was, if we're going to do this to the oil industry, should we also do it for health and safety reasons to platted subdivisions?
What's known as a reverse setback.
Yeah.
Reciprocal setback.
Yeah, so what, I wanted to ask this now. What is the requirement? I know he said, and I know that's the number, is that the Corporation Commission says you can't build a house within 125 feet of the wellbore or 25 feet of the site. Does Stillwater have a stricter requirement for building a house closer to a?
Yes.
Do we know what that is currently? Okay.
Let Tom look through 800 pages and we'll get back.
Find it pretty fast, I'm sure. There are some reverse setbacks out there. I was actually looking at the Denton ordinance, which was mentioned earlier this evening. They basically have it set up where once you're down to having a producing well, if someone decides they want to build a house within the established separation area, that there's some limitations on how close they can get. And the numbers, basically they go in and start cutting the numbers in half, although I think in some instances they actually still keep the full 1,200-foot separation requirement. So, I mean, it is possible to do that.
For clarification purposes, we do have 4 criteria on spacing requirements in our current oil and gas regulations. 1, no well or drilling operation equipment can be located within 100 feet of an existing property line. 2, no operation shall be located within 400 feet of an existing residential dwelling, nor 200 feet of any existing non-residential building located off-site. So those are combined. It's the structure distance separation. 3, no well shall be drilled or any operations in connection thereof be carried on or conducted within 660 feet of a public school or hospital building. And then here's to respond to the reverse or the reciprocal. No building shall be proposed to be located within a radius of 200 feet from the well bore of an active well or within a radius of 100 feet from the perimeter of surface equipment or other equipment necessary for the operation of the well. So pretty much the site in that regard. So it's 200 feet from well bore of an active well or 100 feet from any of the surface equipment.
That's in the current one that this will replace.
That is correct.
So this has no requirement as it's currently proposed in front of us.
For the reverse, that is
The
correct.
reverse. So we could add that in.
At your pleasure.
Why didn't we add that in? Why didn't you guys add that in?
Probably more than anything, overlooked. We do not have, as you've heard some of the testimony tonight, we do not have a lot of property owners wanting to locate their home next to an existing well.
Makes sense.
What we have experienced occasionally is where there may be a closed well that they haven't completely finished all of the remediation or reclamation of the property, and there may be a subdivision proposed on an adjacent property to that closed well. But to my knowledge, the time I've been here in Stillwater, we haven't had anybody just come in and beg to build their house next to one.
Why would we care? I mean, why would we set up that standard to be? I mean, if someone wants to put a subdivision in with and meets the criteria of that, then let them do it. If someone wants to buy the house, let them buy it.
It impacts the ability of the well operator to continue operating.
But wouldn't he be grandfathered in under that clause?
Well, that's part of what we had proposed. We've actually got some proposed language that's a little different than just a straight-up reverse setback, and that is the idea that if you located a well under the existing separation rules, if someone came in and decided to build a house within the separation area, that you could continue the production activities, you could do reworking of the well and so forth, and if you needed to drill additional wells, the fact that someone had built a house inside the setback after you had established the well alone would not be the grounds for denial of a specific use permit. Yeah. So in other words, it's kind of it's a fancy way to grandfather it in, but that's essentially what we would be doing.
Well, what about if oil companies went out and made a deal for royalties, for the opportunity to drill at some point, and a subdivision comes in on them? I think that's what we're actually looking at. It's a protection for them. If they come in and lease land for potential drilling, and then in the meantime, before they drill, someone comes in and wants to put a subdivision in,
Or build a house.
or whatever. I kind of think it's goose and gander here. I think what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
But how are you going to know? Sorry. How are we going to know if somebody's leased the royalties or whatever it is?
I'm just saying it would protect, it would give the oil company that protection.
Right.
To know that somebody can't, if they have to stay this far away, then development has to stay that far away from them.
But if I'm
if
I'm the developer and I come in and I want to develop a subdivision and I buy some land to do that, how do I know that there's somebody that's getting ready to start drilling in 6 months?
My concern is a little bit different. My concern is the oil company's done they've done their drilling, have a production site, and it's been producing for 3 years. And now a subdivision comes within 150 foot, and now a bunch of houses are built, and now all these citizens are very upset that the noise and everything else is occurring. And I've been in this situation many times with public improvements, streets, and other things where the Creek Turnpike is my nightmare at times. But it's the exact same thing. And to me, we ought to have this reverse where that if you have an active drilling and production site, just like what's proposed in the red language, that we ought to have a 600-foot clearance for that.
Can't they go back and refrac wells?
Well, I think that was another of my question
Yeah.
too. But at the same time, we're saying no one wants to live by it. Schumert Oaks, there's houses surrounding an oil well.
Yes.
So
Yes.
we're sitting in here saying no one wants to live by that, but that's not necessarily true. So
I will say one thing that may add to more of the discussion, I'm sure, is when, for example, there's an existing well, and there's not any protected uses or platted subdivision around it. And the well is a legally non-conforming, may be a conforming well, so it'll be grandfathered in under our current regulations. Say the well comes in and for some reason is temporarily closed or not producing, and then the platted subdivision comes in or the house comes in, they have the chance to lose their non-conforming status if under our current regulations, they're no longer producing. So I do believe that it's reasonable to have a reciprocal requirement, a reverse setback, separation, something of that manner for protection on both sides. Because we do want to ensure that whatever ordinance moves forward to the city council, that when the council decides yes or no, when they make their decision, that they can look at everyone and say, one, not everybody's going to be happy. Two, it's fair. And it is a fair ordinance that recognizes the need of not just the citizens, but the industry as well.
That's my thought too, Paula.
Okay.
So,
I also agree. I'd like to see the reciprocal language in there.
now, I don't know that it has to be the exact same footage. I'm open to suggestions there. I think maybe there needs to be a safety valve in that too, where if a person wanted to encroach further into that,
yeah.
that they could bring it back here, just like.
And I'd be happy with that. I mean, I think that would be something where they do have a recourse if they
Right.
want, if the producer agrees to it and the developer agrees to it or the homeowner agrees to it and they can find a mutually reasonable solution, then you give them an opportunity to encroach on that.
Well, do you want to, there's a way you could do that then, as opposed to having a specific separation requirement, what you could simply say is if someone wants to come in and build a protected use inside the separation area, they will have to come and apply for a specific use permit. And in the context of getting the use permit, they're going to have to notify the operator of the well. And you bring them back here, and then if they work it out, that's wonderful.
So there'd be a non-conforming use in that 1,000-foot or
Well,
whatever
they'd have a special use.
They'd have a
special use permit. Okay.
They'll have a use
The
permit.
driller has to come in? They have to come in.
Okay.
Right.
We could write it that way. That's simpler than
I think
Yeah.
I think that's fair to both sides.
I'm good with that.
Well, Mr. Marlin and I are talking along that same lines. We talked about grandfathering in existing producing wells.
we have. There's actually a provision in the.
Is that including, and I don't know, we've mentioned the Staples well several times, or the one that's by Staples. If they came in and wanted to, or maybe they currently fracture that well, maybe they come in and I don't know the process on all that, but would they be able to come in and refracture that if they didn't meet criteria? Would that be something that someone would even do?
Well, the existing wells are exempted from the ordinance.
No matter what they do, they can use any enhanced. If there's a house that is within the 1,000 feet, can they use any of the enhanced?
Well, if they're talking about going in and re-drilling the well, then that's going to be in an area that they might not be able to re-drill. But as far as producing the well, continuing to produce it, as long as what they're doing is related to the production activities, then they're exempted from the ordinance. So, but to come in and drill yet another well at that site, although again, you do
Would
have
you
those legally
refract? And maybe I'm not knowledgeable on this, but could you refracture an existing well?
An old well that hasn't been in operation for a while.
So I think I have a problem with that. Now that with the existing well, if they wanted to come in and refracture that, but they may not meet into the 1,000 or the 1,800 to the site, now we're excluding them from having that opportunity.
You've got the large, well, there's
Yes, sir.
There's what they call
Yeah.
reworking, which is basically where they go in and they don't necessarily go back through a full drilling process. Now, if they wanted to site a new well there, they would have to go, they wouldn't be able to because that's zoned commercial. They'd have to get it rezoned either ag or IG to
Yeah.
even start drilling again there.
I think I have a difficulty with that, in that we have someone who's already abided by all of our guidelines. Now we implement some new guidelines on someone, and now we're restricting how much. I don't know. I'm not an oil and gas
Well, we're not,
professional.
they can't, as the code sits right now, the existing code that we have, they can't drill another well there.
Yeah, I'm not saying drilling, but wouldn't you come, I believe they refracture existing wells, and maybe I'm wrong in that, maybe Mr. Stowers.
But if that's a form,
So if
that's
they,
a form of reworking a well, that's not that would be exempt. They would be exempt from that because that's an existing one.
are we 100% sure of that? If we, and I don't want to put you on the spot for it, but I just don't, I wouldn't vote for it if we're going to restrict someone that has a non-conforming well currently, that'll be grandfathered in, and they don't meet the 1,800 feet agreement, and we come in and.
A well that is capable of producing in what they call paying quantities, which means it's basically a good well. As long as if it's closed right now, they're not producing the well right now, it's exempt. It was exempted.
He's saying this doesn't apply to it, to existing wells, right?
Right, we're not trying to come in and shut down the existing wells. I mean, they're
I'm
basically
not
gonna be
saying
able to
we're going to shut it down, but, and again, I may be 100% wrong in what I'm saying here, but they refracture a well to increase production. So if they wanted to increase production on a well that wasn't producing quite as well, they come in and refracture it to up their production. Now we've told a person who's already drilled a well, already put it into met all the guidelines that we had in place when they put the investment into that well. Now we're telling them that they can't. They have to just use whatever is going to be existing.
We have this same thing, though, happening in other places in our zoning code where people have a building, like, don't we have rent houses in the Westwood district now that they are a non-conforming use, essentially because of how many unrelated people are living together or something, and that's fine until they decide to change it, or I may be misspeaking, but I know we have other places in our zoning district where we have legally non-conforming uses that if someday they want to go and remodel that or change it or do something, they can't, because I know that we have things like that
Well, we have all kinds of non-conforming uses in town. In the Westwood situation, we actually have an amortization in place. And
Okay.
the idea is that at some point that type of use, the rental occupancy where you have an excessive number of unrelated persons,
Right.
will not be permitted, and it's over a 10-year period. And you have non-conforming uses right now that are permitted, and those uses will reduce in size in 5 years, and then they will amortize out at some point. So, I mean, that's one way to do it. So you can do that.
And I think we have people that are living in commercial districts, you know, their house is now in an area that's zoned commercial maybe, and so that if their house burned down, could they actually build another house? Probably not. They would have to, you know, have a business there.
That's what I thought I heard.
It gets,
Or rezone
We
it,
need to
exactly right.
clarify that.
So I understand what you're saying, Trey, but I think we also have a precedent for this in other parts of our zoning code that, you know, they're there and they have a permit to be there, but at the same time, if we have this ordinance in place and they want to go in and make changes to what they're doing, or add a new well, or change how they're recovering the oil, whether it's maybe now they're doing just straight drilling, let's just say, and then all of a sudden they want to frack it, then I think that they would be changing it and they would have to abide by this new text amendment.
and remember that they actually fracked this well before, so it's not like this is a new process. They've already done it. So
That's all I'm saying. If we pass this goes forward 1,800 feet, goes on to city council passes it. And again, I'm not an oil and gas expert by any means. The people that own the well at Staples want to come in and refracture the existing well, not drill a new hole, not do anything. They want to fracture that existing well, they'll be able to do it.
Yes, because of the non-conforming use and because of the exemption in the code.
Okay.
So they should be able to do that. I mean, that process has already occurred there, so we know that, I mean, they got in under the old rules. They got in under the code before.
But how do we know that, take another well, any other well, how do we know that that well's been fractured? And they want to frack it?
Somebody will have to identify, I mean, we'll deal with it when it comes up. But, I mean.
But how would we identify that? I guess my point is, to me, that seems like a restraint of trade to someone who's already got an existing, followed under the existing
That's a common problem in zoning. I mean, everything is a restraint at some point. I mean, if you think about it, because we're trying to reconcile conflicting uses here. And if you choose to regulate in this area, that you're going to have those scenarios. There aren't just a ton of producing wells inside the city right now, at least that meet the requirement, that will meet the definition that we are aware of. And somebody will probably prove me wrong, but I mean, the last one that we know about that was drilled was the one over behind Staples. That's the last permit that we've issued. I know there are wells out on the northeast side of town. And most of those are on ag and IG zone property anyways. So they're going to be areas where they could produce them anyways. I mean, so that's possible there. Yes.
Just to make sure that I'm understanding the inquiry here. A situation where there is a non-conforming use. If that non-conforming use changes, it's existing, it's grandfathered in. If that non-conforming use changes to another use that is not allowed in that zoning district, that would not be permitted. So processing of how the mineral is extracted, going from just a conventional drilling operation to fracking on an existing well, is that going to be considered such an extreme change of use, or is it just a change in the process of the use that has already been established? Because it's the drilling operation or the production, whatever phase it's at, that has already been established on that property. For instance, you're selling clothes in a residential district. It's a legally non-conforming grandfathered use. Does that mean that you cannot sell your property to someone who wants to sell jewelry or wants to do some other retail establishment? The use is the retail, not the specific items. So is the use, and this is me asking a rhetorical question, is the use the drilling operation and the production operation, or is the use the process of extracting the asset?
It's a good question. What is it?
In my professional opinion, the use is the drilling or the production operation, not the process. As we have talked about the last two meetings, we're not regulating the process, we're regulating the use of the land.
Mm-hmm. And I'm 100% with that, as long as we're not regulating how they can get that existing non-conforming well, however they can get their production.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. It's the other part that we're telling them how.
Thank you for clearing that up, Paula. I tried to say that, I just didn't know what I was saying, so I'm glad you came up.
Well, we've all been here a while.
Yeah.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying with regard to the reverse separation, and we'll require them to come in and apply for a specific use permit after notice and opportunity, and that will give them a chance to visit with the operator and perhaps work out something. But at any point, in any worst case scenario, they'll have to come here and get permission to be located within that separation area. Before we move out of this section, one point on your 600-foot and your 1,000-foot, the current separation, and I had forgotten this, but the current separation for hospitals and schools is actually 660 feet, and they would constitute protected uses under this definition. So
Is that from the wellbore or from the site?
was from the
Well bore, I
Well
believe, wasn't
bore.
it? So we're covered there.
We're increasing it to 1,000.
Oh, you've increased it to, well, I'm not
600
going
from
to
the side.
necessarily agree with your logic, but that's, if that's your number. I was just trying to make the numbers consistent, but I guess that's true. That's 660 feet because we
Right.
used the well bore on that, so. But the minimum is 600, so that I write this correctly, the minimum from the
Well site.
from the
From the drill site,
drilling
production site.
and production site is 600 feet, but if the well bore is located in a place where it's less than, then that would be less than 1,000 feet, then the 1,000 feet, I'm even getting tired. The 1,000 feet from the well bore would increase the minimum distance on the other one if necessary.
Wouldn't necessarily increase the minimum distance, just it would increase the distance.
It will increase
Right.
the distance, yes.
Right.
You have a 600-foot requirement and a 1,000-foot requirement, and one of them's going to govern.
So they're going to come in and locate the well bore on the site plan, and wherever that well bore is, it's got to be 1,000 feet away from the boundary of the
Protected use.
subdivision or from the nearest
Protected use.
point
Yes.
on the protected use.
Right.
So that's 1,000 feet from that, and then you will assign a distance to the pad based upon the that location.
Where it's at. on-
Yeah, and then
Provided that is 600 feet, fine. If it's more than 600 feet, then the permit would require more than 600 feet.
Then the permit would be approved with more than 600 feet.
That's what I'm saying, that you
Yes.
you may have in the permit a larger,
That's correct. We
Yeah,
can
okay.
we can have larger than 1,000. We can have larger than 600.
600's a minimum.
okay.
Yes.
So anything else under this separation section A of 410.6?
Any discussion on the quarter mile?
Yep.
Where is?
Is that on
Item
this one?
5, David.
Okay.
Oh, the extraterritorial. Yeah, I left that in even though we've got the nuisance ordinance as well. And I will tell you that quarter mile, I did, because we did have some folks who came in and asked about, could we get further out and out into the county, or perhaps create something that would help subdivisions outside in the county. I can't find any authority that lets the city do that. I mean, you go back to what Commissioner Buchert and I talked about last week. You've got to do something like a regional planning commission for the city to be able to regulate that. There may be some things that the county commissioners may be able to do, and I am going to try to have conversations with their legal counsel to see if there might be some things that the county might be able to take a look at. But as far as the city being able to regulate anything, any subdivision that's outside of the city limits, there's just not much that we can do. In fact, I can't really find anything.
You might. I think you're going. I think you're going in the opposite direction. But go ahead.
I am, I know, and I think I'm probably in the minority. But when we get outside the city limits, I understand the health and I understand the nuisance and I understand that. But what else have we, quarter mile outside of the city limits as a nuisance? What else can we control? I mean, we control any type of noise or
any kind of nuisance, anything that would constitute a hazard to health and safety. If it affects something inside the city limits, there's a statute that says we can reach out and touch that, so to speak.
Like last week I mentioned, if I wanted to open a gun range or a dairy farm or anything like that right outside the city limits within a quarter mile, does the city have what would they go on to say that
if the gun
I have to shut you down as a gun range because of the safety of my potentially a bullet straying into city limits or the noise from shooting guns all the time?
Well, that's possible. I mean, if you think about it, and I know guns is a terrible example because we're just preempted to the gills on anything to deal with guns. But in the context of zoning, if you had a gun range just outside the city limits and there were bullets and stuff straying into the city very well could take action to try to abate that.
But what about noise?
The noise
couldn't touch it.
Would be more difficult. I guess if it was just constant. I mean, one of the reasons that you could do this here in the case of oil and gas drilling is that oil is constant. Or excuse me, that noise is constant.
Yeah.
It's been a long day. I'm sorry. That noise is constant. The bullets that sound is, I would assume that it comes and goes.
Yeah, and I get that, but at the same time, if they had a machine gun range that trained 24 hours a day, there's still nothing we
We could probably do something about that.
Probably.
Yeah.
But I think that's the thing I hold back on is you get a property owner that is right outside the city limits. They can't vote in any of the city matters. They can pay for water if they have the opportunity to tie onto it, but we're restricting rights on people that live outside the city limits on what they can do on their property.
We're telling them that you can't do things on your property that's going to injure somebody that lives inside the city limits. And there are probably going to be state laws that will govern that as well. There are state nuisance.
And that's why I think we stay out of it and we let the state or the county handle it instead of as a city that we spread, because it's like, and I get what you're saying on the quarter mile, but then there's a half a mile or 3/4 of a mile to go.
And the quarter mile is only there because it allows us to impose the separation distances, which now with your 1,800 foot for enhanced recovery and fracking, you're way beyond a quarter of a mile.
1320.
If you think about what you're recommending.
If you're right on the edge of the city limits.
But do I?
If you're right on the edge of the city limits, you would be reaching out past a quarter mile.
But if we exercise extraterritorial jurisdiction to protect those citizens, you're telling them, the oil companies, that if they set up a fracking or enhanced recovery operation outside of the city limits, it's got to be more than a quarter mile away. You're 1,800 feet.
I'm not telling them that. That's why I'm saying I think that I think we have strong borders in the city, and I feel like our municipal, and I mean, you know far better than I do, but we have city limits for a reason, and we have things that set outside the city limits for a reason. And when you buy property on the surrounding edges of the city limits, there's inherent risk. And I think that would be part of the risk. If I bought a house on the beach, I've got a better chance of getting hit by a hurricane than a guy that's inland 3 miles. So it's an inherent risk that comes with that property line. And I have a strong opinion with getting outside the boundaries of our city, and maybe everybody disagrees, but...
Well, the power is not general, but the power to reach out and deal with those nuisances that directly affect the health and safety of the citizens. I mean, the statutes give the city the authority to do that.
And I think that's what he's saying. It's not if you buy on the outside of the city limits, then you have inherent risk. It's activities outside that affect the people inside the city limits.
Yeah, and I agree with that completely. But, I mean, those same things, if you have problems with fracking, it's the same thing. It could be 2 miles deep coming from outside under the city limits. There's still an inherent risk, I guess, with that too. So I draw a pretty strong line around the city limits.
Does this statement number 5 even need to be there if the other ordinance that's the nuisance thing is adopted?
When the Land Development Code was adopted back in 2008, one of the things that the City Council required Development Services and our department to do was to try to put everything that dealt with things that we regulated within the Land Development Code, get them all in that. The idea was to have a one-stop shop.
Okay.
And so we're putting this in here so that it puts
people on notice.
Folks on notice that this is here. This is something that you're going to have to deal with. It's also in the nuisance code, so it'll actually be codified in 2 places, albeit a much shorter version of it in the nuisance code. But that's where the express finding and all of that is made.
Any more discussion on that?
I believe that we can go outside city limits if it's a nuisance that affecting citizens within the city limits, whether it be a rock band area or an oil drilling rig or something that causes significant. You've got a situation where they're doing a development outside and it's causing a bunch of problems with dirt and runoff. in terms of sediment, I think we have the perfect duty and right to protect our citizens. So I disagree with you, respectively disagree with you. I do believe that my suggestion is that we strike out 1/4 and replace it with 1,800 feet to be consistent with the 800 feet that we have in the other part of our ordinance.
460 feet.
Yes. I didn't do the math in my head that quickly, but. So.
Civil engineer.
Teach math all day.
So.
So instead of 1,320, go to 1,800.
Yes.
What did I say? 480?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
And Trey, I'll have to respectfully disagree with you too. I understand and appreciate your position on the strong borders, but again, I think as a nuisance, we have to be able to control that from a nuisance standpoint.
So is Mr. Bookert's suggestion of 1,800 feet, which is an additional 480 feet outside of the 1/4 mile?
The farther you go, the harder it is.
Harder it is to enforce.
Right. That's your recommendation. If that's what the board votes to recommend, that's what we'll take to the city council.
I like the fact that it's consistent with our other distance, right or wrong or indifferent, but it's consistent.
We have good attorneys.
So this 1,800.
Two of them.
We got excellent attorneys. They're
Job security.
they've been in the court many times.
The 1,800 feet would just apply to this particular nuisance and not other nuisances.
That's correct.
Right, because you've made the council would make an express finding in the nuisance provision that's also tracking along with this ordinance, that those activities constitute a health and safety hazard and therefore constitute a nuisance as defined under the state statute and under the city code. And then that creates the ability for them to regulate that to this very, very limited extent.
Okay. Anything else that we need to discuss in section A?
I have nothing else, and I do like item 6. I thought that was very well done, John. To give an
the outs?
Yeah. John or whoever came up, Paula, whoever. So, good job.
All right. We're moving on to B, on-site requirements.
I think we need to work on 4 a little bit, don't we? Weren't you saying, Mike, we wanted to take out that 5 decibel for each 50 feet?
Yeah, the maximum noise level for oil and gas drilling or production operations shall be 69 decibels measured at the edge of the drilling and production site.
Yeah, because well site's not been defined. So
Yeah.
edge of production site, or drilling and production site.
Drilling and, I said production site earlier because I didn't read the definitions. And then now that I read the definitions, it's drilling and production site. And then we leave off
Do we
the rest
strike
of,
the last sentence?
strike the last sentence.
What do you guys think on that?
I'm good with it. Works.
Okay.
Item 5, only electric motors shall be used for drilling or production activities. Production, I understand. I don't know that you're going to be able to do electric motors for drilling. Again, I'm not an expert, so.
But it's got.
It does use an alternative.
It's
The
got
oil
a
and gas
provision for
inspector.
alternative.
The oil and gas inspector may approve the use of an alternative motor.
That produces lower noise levels than electric motors.
And
That's
that's
right.
probably going to happen.
No.
So if you change that to say, oil and gas inspector may approve the use of an alternative motor, something to the effect of, as long as the maximum noise levels are not exceeded, as we state in there. So it's not confined to the motor, it's confined to the noise that
And if you've already got the 69 decibel level, why care what motor they use?
Right, I mean, should we just strike that altogether, and they have to meet the 69 decibels no matter how they get there?
That is
And
what,
crank or whatever you have to do.
Well, you could do
Let's
that.
talk about that a little bit.
Okay.
I'm good with that, other than I know an electric motor typically doesn't have any emissions, and this other motor could have some sort of smelly exhaust. So what do we, does that fall back onto the air quality thing that we're talking about may or may not happen? Or, because I'm all for, I understood the guy that talked earlier about, if I want to drill just a shallow depth, I don't want to have to go get this 2,000 horsepower motor just because it's the smallest electric motor I can get. I totally get that. But is there again, not me not being the expert, is the alternative motor got a lot of exhausts that would be an issue with containing the odor from that, or the,
Didn't we hear from somebody who talked about having it run on natural gas?
Yeah.
That was produced on site
Right.
using that gas, and that the emissions were pretty low on that, Paula? Is that something that happened?
Okay.
What if we just took drilling out of it and just left production?
Only electric motors shall be used for production?
And the oil and gas inspector may approve the use of an alternative motor. Drilling, you're not gonna get there. I mean, you're gonna have to use a diesel motor, and you're just gonna have to mitigate the noise and during the drilling procedure. I mean, you still have to meet the 69 decibels.
I agree with that.
I mean, what are y'all's thoughts?
Works for me.
I'm okay with really anything here.
All electric motors shall be used for production activities.
Right.
And then for drilling activities, that opens it up to any motor type, but they still got to meet the 69 decibels.
Right.
Yep. That was my thought.
I agree with that.
I'm good.
All right, so run that by me again, how it reads, because I'm still concerned about being able to use the natural gas.
They could use the natural gas in the drilling side.
Only.
Or they could use the natural gas in the production side if it's approved by the inspector.
Okay. My concern is to leave that door open, and I thought what I heard said you had to use electric for production.
It says that then has an out.
Yeah.
Right.
If it's approved.
So essentially, the oil and gas inspector can go out there and look at it and say, is it,
But we're just gonna put a period after motor, and we're gonna get rid of that produces lower noise levels than an electric motor.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Yeah. I'm okay with that.
under paragraph 6?
We're trusting that you know what you're talking about when you.
On the lines.
Yeah, it's way over our head.
Do you want me to go into that?
No, please, I would trust you.
Mr. Dorman wants us to, so we said on number 5, only electric motors shall be used for production activities, is the first sentence. And then the second sentence is the oil and gas inspector may approve the use of an alternative motor, period.
Yeah.
You don't want to do that, because that gives him too much discretion. I mean, if you basically.
But if he
gas
still meets the
inspector?
decibel level, would that?
Well, because there wasn't any qualifier. I mean, what I just heard was the period after that, he could approve an alternative motor.
Oh, and so what
So you
criteria?
add back in the
There's
decibel
no,
level.
there's no
to-
criteria. I mean, if
Yeah.
you don't want to allow, if you want to take that out, just delete the whole section. I mean, if the decibel level is the standard.
That's right.
Let's delete the whole thing.
We've already
because-
got it in the previous section.
Okay,
I'm okay with that.
that's fine by me.
They got to meet the decibel level in drilling and production.
I know the oil and
Right.
gas inspector is at home right now clapping because we took that out.
Have we hired him?
And we do, that is during drilling and production, right? That we have the decibel level?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
All right, so lighting.
All right, Mr. Booker.
6C, instead of well site, should be edge of drilling and production site.
Right.
Essentially, what you're doing is you have most of the light that's going down, not going up, and you're eliminating, you're significantly reducing the amount of light that can get off that area, so you're shielding the residents from actually seeing the light, and then you're not allowing a bunch of light to get on their property by this whole methodology here.
Anything else on 6? All right. 7, 8, 9. I'm looking back at the one with the red text. I'm not seeing a whole lot there, but does anybody?
I don't have anything till 11.
Till 11?
Yep.
Okay. Let's talk about 11.
Well, we're talking about pets. Personally, I'd like to see no pets, and everything would have to be a closed loop system. No open pits.
There is a ordinance like that. Tulsa has one that basically requires the use of steel mud or circulating pits, which I believe is another way of saying that.
Closed loop.
But the idea, I think I've been told that the closed loop system is fairly common these days. And the only reason that I left that in was because the Corporation Commission does significantly regulate pits, and I mean, they do allow them. And so we have kind of ventured over into the how just a little bit, but at least Tulsa's there with us. That would be the one thing that might take under consideration. But I won't speak for whether the regular, the normal types of pits that we're used to are used a whole lot now. But if you want to go to that, there's some language that we could use. We'll probably need to add a definition too.
I don't know, what's everybody, that's just kind of a stickling.
I'm okay with saying no pits. I don't really,
Rather than putting it back into the ground?
if you could have an out, you could say no pits, and then, but if they ask for one for some specific reason, give them, I don't know what that reason would be.
Well, again, you're doing the permit, so the SUP, if your standard is use a closed loop system and they came in and made a compelling case for, we've got to have this kind of pit, nothing to keep you from granting it. I mean, that's just your basic standard.
Based upon that, then let's use the City of Tulsa language and the definition and go forward with that.
You guys okay with that?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. So, anybody have anything on 12 or 13? I want to talk about 14.
Okay.
I guess I'm concerned a little bit about us having a masonry wall around something that's 85 feet tall. And is that really doing anything?
Explain to me why flaring occurs. What's the process on?
It's different reasons, but my understanding is it's used to stabilize the wells in a lot of instances, because you have both gas and oil coming up, and they have to it's a way to get the well it's one way that they can separate it.
So if they don't flare, what's the alternative?
Yeah.
I would have to defer to one of the oil and gas.
Does flaring have to occur 24 hours a day?
So what do you mean by a well is shut in? Like not operational?
Bring the valve or close the valve at the surface.
So the flaring occurs, and it occurs for,
The commission has a very short window that they allow you to flare while you're doing completion operations, and sometimes for a short period while you're getting a pipeline connection to the depth. I think the current flaring rule may be 20 days, maybe 30 days. 30 days. Usually 20 days, I think they extended it to 30 days.
So is there a reason why a flaring tower or the end of the pipe has, like I know when I was a builder, the chimney on a house had to be at a certain height because of the wind conditions to protect from having a downdraft into your house and that sort of thing. But is there the same kind of thing here? Is there a reason why it has to be so high in the air, or could it be lower to the ground?
I think the OCC mandates a certain.
Right.
height, and I assume it's probably a fire issue more than anything. I don't know for sure, but I think they have a mandated height.
Okay.
That is something, again, that's fairly pervasively regulated by OCC, so I don't know.
my question is more the noise. So if they do the flaring, does that mean that it's going to be significantly above the 69 decibels for a 20 to 30 day time frame?
I guess you could impose the noise requirements for that. I mean, your
Is
requirements.
there any
Turning it down a notch?
Any way to mitigate that?
any way to mitigate that noise?
I'm not aware of a layer cap. I'm not aware.
Any other way of capturing that gas besides flaring?
Well, at the time when they're typically doing that, you don't have the pipeline connected typically. That's part of it. I don't know. I honestly don't know.
I do know that they, and I know I'm not one of the attorneys, that they do flare whenever they have any pipeline issue. You can take a drive down 44th Street and see that that's a regular issue. It has been for months. There'll be no flaring, and for 4 days, there'll be 24 hours of flaring.
5, 6, 8
Until they get it figured out, and once they get it figured out, it goes off. So
Okay.
The OCC does regulate it. There's no strict.
Yeah, we need to actually quit taking any public input unless somebody's at the mic, and since the public hearing's been closed. But if we ask a question,
While we're on the subject.
Yes.
Can I get your name, sir, so I can put you down?
It's David Guest. It's Edmund. I'm a builder in Stillwater. I'm from the issue.
okay, so back to our discussion here. What do we want to do, or do we want to do anything?
My thought is the second sentence is such activity shall be performed within the confines of a masonry wall just doesn't make any sense. So I would eliminate that sentence.
Okay.
It does nothing to address the noise
Right.
and mitigation of the noise, but to me, at a later time frame, when they go into production, they need to have a masonry wall there, but it really doesn't affect this particular issue. So when they're in drilling and they're doing the venting,
Okay. On that, it says there's no venting or flaring of gases near a protected use. Is that what's near?
That's defined, under this, that's defined by the OCC.
And what is that?
I'm trying to remember where this provision came from. I don't know that there's not a specific number. I mean, OCC is going to have its rules about where that's going to be located. I mean, I can pull the regs if you want me to dig all that out. There's
On the Texas A&M provisions, did they have anything on there to?
I'm looking right now.
Do flaring?
Yeah.
yeah, and this is a good point. It's on the well side. So it's still subject to your noise regulations. So they're going to have to figure out a way, if they're going to flare it, they're going to have to figure out a way to keep the noise down.
Hand light, I guess.
I don't know. That's it's an engineering question that's well beyond my.
So then, instead of this sentence being like this, should we just say that venting or flaring of gases shall be are regulated by the OCC, or I don't?
Is that excluded from the decibel category?
Well, we have not excluded it.
No.
No.
And I don't think we want to go there.
All we're saying here is that you can't do it unless OCC says you can do it. It's located on the well site. It's part of the completion process, which means that it's going to have to meet the noise requirements. I mean, if you go back to your noise level, I mean, they're going to have to find a way to reduce that.
Here's what College Station says. No venting. No person shall allow, cause, or permit gases to be vented into the atmosphere or to be burned by open flame, except as required for safety during drilling or completion of drilling. And then shielding gas shall be burned in such a manner as to direct and contain, shield the flame visually from any building or other structure not used in oil or gas operations within 600 feet of the drill site. That's what they have.
But they don't have any decibel level. Do they?
Yeah, actually they do.
What was theirs?
Tom, do you remember it?
Somebody said. There it is, 60. It's at 60. It says, no well will be drilled, re-entered, or reworked, completed, fracked, operated, refracked, or produced with any pump, engine, compressor, or motor-driven machinery of any type that when considering the ambient sound pressure level in the immediate vicinity of the oil and gas operations site, create a sound pressure level greater than 60 dBs when measured at a distance of 600 feet from that equipment or at the closest fence line, whichever is the shortest distance. If the ambient sound pressure level exceeds 60 dBA, the sound level may not exceed the ambient noise level by more than 5 dB during the daytime and more than 3 dB during the nighttime. Sound attenuation structures may be required, constructed, and utilized during operations to meet this requirement.
Here's the rules, and here's what you're allowed to bring.
So I'm in favor of eliminating the second sentence from number 14.
That's
me too.
Fine. Yeah, then basically that brings you within the regs, and you have everything else covered with your noise standard.
Yes.
Anything on 15 or 16? If
Lost
not,
my place.
we'll go on to section 410.7. Standards for oil and gas well production. So on number 2,
On
we've got that 8-foot height fence.
so
That's at production, right?
yeah.
Actually, I'm okay with that.
And then in paragraph number 3, we have suggested from the staff A through G instead of A through E.
I'm missing something there.
Say what now?
Oh, yeah.
This-
we've got
the
it.
blue.
You have some, the screening
The blue
regulations
language.
were cleaned up.
I'm in favor of the blue.
I don't know that I have the blue language.
But it was given to us on a one sheet.
I've lost the blue.
The
I've lost the blue language.
I got the, no, wait,
It's-
mine's not blue. This?
You
Okay. I just haven't dug through the pile. Oh, there it is.
That's the one.
It's tough to keep up with all this stuff, but
Looking for the other one.
I have no problem with 3, A through G as submitted by staff.
Can I take a quick glance at
Definitely.
it? I've lost my blue. So that, and trees, roads. There's a copy.
Does anybody else need a copy?
That'd be great. Did you find your blue one? Yeah.
Anybody got any comments on that?
I'm good.
And I guess in paragraph number 6, we were going to strike out,
Yeah.
except the permanent storage cover shall not exceed 8 foot. We don't have a
Paul said
limit
their
on that.
intention was to extract that.
Right. We
Just delete it,
delete
right?
that. It
Delete
survived
that,
and
yes.
edit for
In
some
its
reason.
entirety?
After the word plan there's a period. But we weren't going to limit we didn't want to limit the height because allowing the taller structures allows them to store more on site, which reduces the number of trips in per truck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
And also would allow them to reduce the footprint of the production site.
Do we have to have that in there at all on 6?
Yeah, they're saying they
You
took
took
it
all,
out.
I thought he said there was a period after plan.
After the word plan.
Yeah.
So that means we left some in.
Oh, well, we could probably delete 6 completely.
I thought that's what we did. Yeah, that's what I heard.
So it's
All,
all of it?
all we're saying is they have to tell us in the SUP what they're going to do so we can approve it. If it's in another section, I don't have a problem eliminating, but I think we need to look at that.
So you want the period after plan?
After plan.
Site plan.
So they submit it to us so we can look at it and see, if it's
What would the criteria be to not accept it?
whatever in the judgment of the majority of the plan commission.
You're leaving
Fee
it to
business
D.
Yeah.
We got a 10 o'clock meeting.
If it's 120 foot in the air, I'm not sure I
It's
would.
already in there.
Yeah.
In the
Is it-
requirement for the SUP, the actual plan,
It's already in there in the previous.
already in
size,
there.
bulk, and location of all structures, and it goes on
Yep.
to specifically identify.
So let's eliminate that paragraph.
I'm
Yeah,
on
but-
Eliminate 6.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Anything else in section 410.7?
You know, I saw something, and maybe it was in College Stations, about a Knox box being required. Have y'all talked to Trent about that at all? You know, once we get the masonry wall around the production, they had a requirement for a Knox box for access into it, emergency access into it.
That may be in the fire code. We could double check that with him.
Would you mind?
Because we didn't bring the fire code requirements over because those are
Right.
already there.
But I thought that was a pretty good idea.
Okay.
In
So-
paragraph 8, in the red version, it's got if applicable there.
For ODQ.
Yeah, I don't know if you believe that needs to be added.
Yes, because that, again, you get into, if there's some quirky pollution requirement
Yeah.
that we're not seeing,
Okay.
then we want to make.
So there's a couple of previous if applicables.
Well, let's be consistent.
So,
If it says ODEQ, it's probably going to be followed by the word if applicable.
I concur with that.
Okay, so in the next, are we ready to go on to 410.8?
I am.
Insurance and indemnification. There was nothing on the one with the red text.
The amounts that are required are recommended in this provision are consistent with what you're seeing in most of the newer statutes. We actually removed a provision that required a $25 million umbrella policy. But then I've also been told that the way that they issue these policies is actually based upon the depth of the well. So it's possible that a smaller amount might be possible. So we may want to, at some point, maybe take a look at this. But, I mean, I'm not finding anything that's, I mean, it is what it is. I know that when the Land Development Code Committee discussed this, particularly on the environmental policy, $5 million is not a lot of money if you have a spill. I mean, that's not a whole lot of coverage, and so somebody's going to have to pay for that. So that was a concern. The control of well insurance, I mean, that, again, that number, the LDC used that number because it was something that we were seeing consistently in other ordinances and believed that that was probably an acceptable rate, given that we didn't have anything before.
Right. I mean, in my opinion, I have nothing to offer other than to support what the committee and staff have recommended based on this other standards they reviewed. I wouldn't be able to offer a strong opinion to change these amounts based on any knowledge of what I have.
To me, they seem low compared to buildings on Oklahoma State University campus.
Yeah, that's
where we have,
basically the requirement.
You know, we have a lot higher requirements, but I don't want any changes myself.
Everybody good with that?
Yeah.
Yep.
So the next one is 410.9 security instrument. I didn't have anything on that.
Under security instrument, it's got something to do with paying fines and penalties, and there was discussions earlier or comments earlier. So, two things. In terms of if they don't comply with SUP, do we have a fine or just remove their,
Revoke the SUP.
reverse the FUP, and then if they disagree, we go to court?
We actually have both remedies. The issue that was raised last week and this week is the amount of the fines. We're statutorily required to not have a maximum penalty more than, it's $750 on what we call a Class A type offense, which is basically just a general violation of the zoning code. But then there's a separate section in the state statutes which allow us to charge up to assess up to $1,000 if there's environmental issues involved. And so that's the other measure that we can use. These are not huge amounts, and in all candor, we probably would not use the municipal court to enforce this. The other option is to revoke the specific use permit if there are issues that involve permitting with the Oklahoma Corporation Commission. Obviously, that would be another level of recourse that the city could seek to try to have the building permits or whatever permits were issued by the OCC revoked as well. So there are things that you can do. I don't think it's necessary to catalog all of those in the ordinance.
Okay.
You answered my questions on that. How about the fee for them to apply for the permit?
That's established by resolution, and the council would do that. So we have a standard specific use permit fee right now, but if you want to have an enhanced fee based upon the additional work for one of these, then we can bring that recommendation back to you, and you can recommend that amount to the council, and they could do that in the form of a resolution. That's a process that happens fairly quickly. So,
well, one of the things that I think they would need to look at is with the building department. When you get a building permit, you've got building inspectors that have to go out at different phases of the job and inspect that. And so part of the service that the city's providing is that inspection. So with typically an SUP, you don't have somebody going out and inspecting an SUP, for like outdoor sales or something like that. But here, you're going to have an inspector that's going to have to make maybe routine visits. So with the fee that they're going to pay for this permit here, be a little higher just because we're going to now have an inspector that's making regular visits. I don't know.
No, I think that's a legitimate question, and I think also it's not just that you're going to have the inspector going out on site more than you would normally have, because they do monitor SUPs. When we issue those permits, I mean, it's not that you send somebody out every day, but there are periodic visits depending on staffing availability and so forth. But the other thing is that because you have all of these other plans and stuff that come, you're going to have a longer and more detailed site review. And in all candor, it may be that we have to hire a plans reader that is schooled in this particular area to come in and actually read these plans. I don't know. I mean, that's something that Mrs. Dennison could probably address better than me, but that's certainly a legitimate cost that could be passed on in the context of a fee.
I'd like to see as part of our recommendation to direct staff to look into maybe what the fee schedule is in some other communities, and then bring that back to us for a recommendation to the city council for a future resolution.
Okay.
Anything else under the security instrument section? Anybody have anything on the rest of that page, since it's the last one?
Nope.
Section 23410-.12
Okay.
should be changed from 1/4 mile to 1,800 feet.
Good catch.
Good catch.
That's why you keep me around.
You're all right, Mike.
Okay, so we've made it through the entire document.
At the risk of being strung up, can we go back to?
Shut his mic off.
What do you got?
The one note I had that we didn't cover, and a nice young man mentioned it here, under protected use, do we need to add the university there?
I'd made that same note, Rick, and I had parks and walking trails, as the lady had mentioned, too.
The university is exempt from our zoning code, so they have to fend for themselves.
We got two guys.
Rick, we're protected.
I heard him say that, and I thought about that for a second, but how would you delineate the difference between OSU campus and property owned by OSU, which there is a whole lot more of that has just, farming operations or, I mean, if you just said OSU property, that would eliminate everything.
There's a simple answer to that.
Okay.
If it is property that is zoned U, which is the main campus, and most of the properties that are immediately adjacent thereto,
Right.
they are not subject to the zoning code. So we don't regulate there, and as I said, they would have to deal with those issues themselves.
Okay.
If it is property that OSU owns that's not zoned U, for example, the Postal Plaza, for example, that property that still falls under the zoning and the building codes. And so to the extent that it would be impacted, it would be treated just as any other parcel would be.
So if we want to install a well on campus,
You could.
We can do it. But we want to be good neighbors, and
Absolutely.
so we don't.
That's why I live here.
I do have a.
So-
Are you done, Rick? Yes. Okay. I do have a question. Did we go to this 18-75 and talk about that?
That's
nuisance?
if you want to run through that, that
I
is
just-
the nuisance.
Now that Mike taught me, I think the only thing that I see here that should be changed would be the 1/4 mile to the 1,800 feet. So, do you guys see what we're talking about?
Yes.
Yep.
I've lost it for a moment. But
I lost mine. I probably had Mike's. Our stuff kind of gets mixed up.
Yeah, no.
Mr. Dorman, were you aware of the pending legislation about the cities losing control over oil and gas?
Yeah.
Yes,
I
I'm
marked that on.
Do you know how many months out that,
Here it is.
how many months out is that?
Depends.
The legislature could take it up tomorrow if they wanted to. It's got to go through some committees. I know that there is discussion between the industry and cities to try to find some workable language. But there are actually 8 bills that are out there right now. So that is there. But, I mean, we're basing our recommendations here tonight based upon what the existing law says. And I can't make recommendations to you with regard to the legal recommendations to you based on what might happen. We don't know whether those would pass or not.
We need to move forward because we never know what the state legislature is going to do. So.
Okay, so are we ready for staff's alternatives?
Please.
Nope. Ms. Paula is.
I think it's everything on there.
I am. Okay, the alternatives that are offered before you this evening, you can adopt the findings. The findings are the ones on the first page of the draft proposal, and recommend approval of the text amendment as written to the city council, or you can adopt findings and recommend approval with your identified changes in all sections but 3, I do believe. Or you can find the amendment is not needed and therefore recommend denial of the text amendment proposal to the city council.
I move that we adopt findings and recommend approval. You took my slide away from me, so I couldn't read it. Approval with identified change. With identified changes.
Second.
All right, there's been a motion and a second. So any other discussion? Let's vote on that. And that recommendation moves forward with 5 votes yes and 1 vote no. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I may?
Yes.
I would just like to state what is coming up next in regards to this, please.
Great. That'd be great.
The City Council will hold a public hearing this coming Monday. It's going to be a very quick turnaround, and that will be at 5:30. The meeting begins at 5:30 in this room. It also will be televised, and they're a little different. If you do wish to speak at the City Council as part of the public hearing, then there's a table out in the foyer. You will need to arrive early and sign up to speak.
And they do have a time limit, right?
Yes, for public hearings, you are limited to 5 minutes.
Okay. So I just wanted you to know if you spoke longer than 5 minutes, you might want to pare it down.
Tone it down.
They're going to have this little box, and it's going to have flashing lights and all kinds of stuff happening. Okay.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, let's see, item 3, miscellaneous items from staff for discussion and possible action. Item A, next regular planning commission meeting is February 17th, 2015.
And we do not have any items for that meeting.
And we do not have any items for that meeting, so it looks like we may not be meeting next week. And if there is anything, nothing else from the commission, Chair would entertain a motion for adjournment.
I so move.
Second.
Let's vote on that. And we are adjourned.
Plan for the production side.